Good morning. Thanks for joining us on RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Happy Friday, everybody.
And I'm Robert McNeely. Happy Friday indeed. TGIF in the second full week of President Trump's second presidency.
Exactly. So we're 11 days into this great presidency, the 47th Commander-in-Chief. A lot of great news to report in the sense of how things are going around the country. But obviously, a lot of questions still surrounding what happened on Wednesday over the Potomac River. We're going to dive into some of that in a bit, as there are many questions right now, Robert, about how really did that happen.
And President Trump addressed that in the James Brady briefing room just yesterday. And again, with common sense, approaching it from what we know about the Biden administration. And you might have seen Senator Ted Budd's interview, the confirmation hearing with Mr. Washington, who was in charge of transportation and transit within the United States, mostly when it comes to aviation, as the FAA director. And his line of questioning, as President Trump's cabinet members are so thoroughly going through their own vetting processes and showing how expert they are in so many different things that are, intrinsic to their jobs. This gentleman did not know what he was clearly a DEI hire, and you saw that coming through. So this could have been a possible DEI issue. President Trump also asking the fact that why didn't the helicopter move? So a lot that's going on there. NTSB will be investigating along with the Department of Transportation and the Department of Defense. We saw Secretaries Pete Hegseth and Sean Duffy along with Vice President there with President Trump in that press conference just yesterday as well.
Exactly. So we'll be getting to more of that information in just a bit. President Trump talking about it on Truth Social as well. So getting ready now as we move on with our coverage. Again, today at 1 o'clock, the White House press briefing will take place. At 3 o'clock, executive orders to be signed yet again, which is a great thing for our country.
It really is. President Trump has hit the ground running, and we are now joined by a good friend of the network's, Katie Zakaria, a senior Republican strategist and the senior advisor to Fix California. Katie, thank you for joining the show, and please give us your thoughts on the last couple of weeks of the Trump administration and what you think as a native Californian given his visit just last week to the Golden State.
I'm just so grateful we have President Trump back in office. His historic number of executive orders here at 36, and one of them being the one that he just signed for California after his visit, which is EO 14181. And we are, as a Southern California native, very excited to have some leadership down here.
Exactly. And Katie, I mean, it's only 11 days into his presidency. Doesn't it feel like 2 years in a good way right now?
And tell us about the water being turned on by the military. President Trump has used his executive authority to make that happen. And he told Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass that she has specific orders that she can use as the executive in order to assist these people. Of course, he was overlooking Pacific Palisades. And can you walk us through this permit system that they have to use in order to get back to their own properties in order to clean up? Of course, that dialogue was focused on getting them there immediately when Karen Bass said, well, it would be now. 1 week from now, they can start getting back onto their properties. What are some of your thoughts regarding that?
the thing that's great is to see President Trump as an outsider there, as a representative of we the people. The common sense that exudes from the president is always great to see. Now let's go from the West Coast to the East Coast with the terrible incident that happened outside of the Ronald Reagan Airport the other day. Just wondering your thoughts on what happened there.
Coast and watching the tragedy unfold again, it feels like we have a leader in charge, someone who's going to get to the bottom of what happened and is going to hold the right people accountable for this, and is also going to effectively administer new policies so that this doesn't happen again, so that Americans feel safe to travel. I saw a headline recently, just today, that there was a potential collision just the day before between a helicopter and plane at DCA. And I think this is really alerting the FAA and all of us that something needs to be done at a really high level to regulate these types of events.
And President Trump said that we cannot continue this golden era without the Golden State. And we know that it seems as if the modern Democrat Party is really run by the one-party state overlords coming from Democrat California. I'm thinking Gavin Newsom, of course, Nancy Pelosi. We just saw with Kamala Harris. Is there someone who can really take up the mantle to take on the Golden State? We once had Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan come from the West Coast. Of course, we pushed west as Americans to fulfill those dreams for the gold rush in Hollywood and tech. And now, because of the overregulation, the high taxation, they're leaving to other states like Georgia, for example. So is there someone, in your view, Katie, that can take on the role of really bringing common sense, local and state governance back to the residents of California?
Yeah, I think these next couple years are going to be very, very clear. Gavin Newsom he's termed as governor. And so to really see an effective leader step up and be able to take the helm of this state, I want to direct you guys to the election results for LA County for the 2024 election. There were 1.1 million voters in LA County turned out for President Trump. And of those 1.1 million voters, 460,000 of them were not a registered Republican. This is a very, very indicative bellwether of the shift that is happening in California. And I think if we take this period of time and are able to have a leader step up that can take California, a Republican or a smart-minded, common sense, middle-of-the-road Democrat that can really reshape California. The time is now, and I think that we can see amazing, amazing change out of our state. I'm not sure if I have a particular person in mind. I know there are a lot of people who have thrown their hat in the race. We have Steve Hilton. There are whisperings of Rick Caruso running for governor, who he ran against Karen Bass in the LA mayoral race, lost by a narrow margin. So I think I think it'll be interesting to see who rises up. One of the issues with Rick Caruso in my mind is that he really made a massive shift towards Democrat policies and funded the races to unseat House Republicans, particularly Michelle Steele and Mike Garcia. both lost by very narrow margins. And so I think there would have to be a massive mea culpa on Rick Caruso's part to the Republican Party to be able to bring in Republicans and build this bridge for California.
Well, we love to have you on, Katie Zakaria, Republican strategist, and really the person to know in California for the future. We look forward to having you again on Right Side Broadcasting Live in the very near future. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, so it's about 11:14 in the morning here. Thanks so much for joining us on RSBN Live. A lot going on today. As you see at the bottom of your screen, we have a White House press briefing at 1 o'clock. President Trump to sign executive orders at 3 o'clock. And then we're going to see the president at the Joint Base Andrews in Air Force One taking off as he will be headed to Florida tonight. So we have a lot of news coming at you here, including the fact that just yesterday at the Oval Office, Director, if we've got that clip and if we can go to programming here, if we can go to the video from yesterday of the president, and we can take that audio full as well as we listen in on him signing 2 executive orders. So, Director, please let me know once that's ready, and if you get programming on, that'd be great. As we get ready to interview some more people, including Megan Kohler and Carla Sands here at the network. And let's go to that executive order signing just from yesterday. Denver, could we please have programming in the studio? Thank you. Hey, Denver.
Memorandum titled Immediate Assessment.
Let you watch. We let you. Thank you very much for seeing me twice today.
Denver,
It's going to be
studio, please.
quite an important signing, so we thought we'd let you watch. If we could, I'd ask Will to explain the first, but really more importantly, explain the second, and we'll start signing. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Just 2 items for your signature today. The first is the formal commission appointing Chris Rochelot to be the Deputy Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration.
Right.
And since the commissioner position since the administrator position is currently vacant, he will act as the administrator since he's now been appointed deputy.
And he's a very capable guy.
Extremely experienced in aviation and highly regarded in the industry and in government.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Second, for your signature, we have a presidential memorandum titled Immediate Assessment of Aviation Safety. In light of the damage done to aviation safety by the Biden administration's DEI and woke policies, what this presidential memorandum orders is for your Secretary of Transportation and FAA Administrator, in this case acting FAA Administrator, to basically ensure that we are actively undoing all of that damage, that we are assessing how much damage was done, and that we're ensuring that people hired within the FAA, in keeping with your memorandum of January 21st, are only the most outstanding, capable people for the jobs that they're being hired into.
In other words, competence.
Yes, sir. Elevating competence over everything else instead of the DEI policies that were pursued by the Biden administration.
I think everyone understands that. And Obama,
Yes.
both of them. Okay, but Biden much worse, not even a contest. What they've done is just crazy in so many other ways.
All right, so that was just yesterday. Thanks for bearing with some of the audio technical difficulties here. Have had none of those over the past several weeks here at the network, but that's all right. We'll keep on rolling. As you see, Cloudy and rainy skies in Washington, D.C. Robert, you were there, of course, for quite the number of days back in the South where it's a little bit more warm. But hey, you know what? At the end of the day, regardless of where you're from in the country, thanks so much for watching us on RSBN Live. We'll be interviewing a number of people here shortly, including RSBN's Megan Kohler. So, Director, please let me know once she's ready to go for that. We can also talk about the fact that President Trump has been focused on the situation yesterday where he talked at the White House press briefing about the Black Hawk helicopter and the American Airlines flight. A lot of talk today about what happened there. Even the president speaking on Truth Social saying the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high by a lot. It was far above the 200-foot limit. That's not really too complicated to understand, is it? And he had 3 question marks after that. So a lot of concern about what happened there. When you see some of the new video that's out there, these 2 aircraft, you know, they're just flying straight, and then they collide, direct hit.
And then hence the executive order yesterday, in addition to the memorandum about the DEI hires and having to end that because it's about common sense. And this is what this administration has been laser focused on in the last 2 weeks in order to make America great again. It's all about merit. It's all about being qualified for these jobs. And you see that with President Trump's cabinet. They are all people who don't need these positions, but their resumes lead them to being the best leaders in these roles.
Exactly. All right, let's go now to RSBN's Megan Kohler live in Houston, Texas. Megan, your thoughts so far, just as we see the president signing many executive orders, he says at historic speed and strength, of course, so it must be cool to see that happen.
I thought it was just wonderful that he signed executive orders live right in front of the voters. The American people that voted for him wanted this to happen. And he was at Capital One Arena signing the executive orders, throwing the pens out into the crowd. I thought it was just wonderful. And he's a businessman that gets things done. He did not want to wait till next week. He didn't want to wait till next month. He said, it won't get done if we wait, so I'm going to start today. So day one, he started, and he has been working nonstop for the American people since January 20th.
And Megan, did you catch any of the Robert F. Kennedy hearing taking place? It really seems as if the Democrats are afraid of the reforms he wants to bring to the Health and Human Services Department. It was really an interesting thing to watch as he went right back at Senator Bernie Sanders saying, you've taken so much money from big corporate pharma.
That's right. All the Democrats who are fighting against Robert F. Kennedy Jr. getting signed in as HHS secretary, they're all bought and paid for by Big Pharma. It's pretty obvious. And if you go ahead and look at all the videos of the playback of all these people fighting against RFK, they really have a demonic energy coming out of them. And you can tell that Bobby Kennedy is just sitting there, nice, cool, calm, and collected, because he's a man of God and he's doing it. He's doing what's right for the American people. He wants to make not only children healthy, but everyone across the United States healthy again.
It's always good to see that with making America healthy again, and of course, making America great again. And back to things like executive orders with the southern border and designating the cartels as a terrorist organization. Also, the Laken Riley Act signed into law. And I believe we do have video from the military there along the southern border. Just your thoughts about those kind of things happening to make our country safe and secure.
Thank God we have President Trump in office, because there are women and children getting raped, killed, dismantled, brutally murdered by illegal immigrants. And Democrats like to say that they're the champion of women, but how are you the champion of women if your policies are resulting in this happening to women and children? So as a woman, people like to ask, how did you vote for President Trump as a woman? But we want to be safe in our own country. So good thing we have policies like this and the Laken Riley Act getting signed into law. I mean, there's nothing we can do about Laken. She's gone, and I feel so bad for her family, but their family was right there with President Trump as he was signing this into law. And it goes to show that her death was not in vain, because from now on, because of this law named after Laken, that this isn't going to happen ever again.
No, a tragedy indeed, and we're seeing the effects of what the Biden administration failures have, the way they've harmed people, whether it be Laken Riley, whether it be, yesterday potentially with that horrible mistake over the Potomac. Megan, you travel around the country a lot, and are you seeing anything different when it comes to law enforcement? Have you seen or speaking to any of them in regards to what they now think about the new administration?
I actually ran into a couple Border Patrol agents yesterday, and they said they were recruiting for more Border Patrol agents at the auto show. So I think it's time to reallocate resources from the IRS agents to the Border Patrol agents. So that was good to see.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is awesome to see, because we want more safety in the country, of course, and we also want that border to be closed, and it is closed now. Seeing the United States Army and the Marines down there shoring up that border. I mean, can you believe that we actually have our military in uniform now down there? That shows how serious this whole thing is.
It's all about peace through strength. And if people know that they cannot just come into our country illegally and start breaking the rules, just even from becoming an undocumented immigrant, then they'll say, oh, what else can I get away with? And then they'll look and see, oh, I can get away with this misdemeanor crime. Oh, I can get away with this felony crime. And that's what Biden's America was all about. And President Trump is now in office, and we're not allowing this to happen anymore. And they know that we're going to be hard even on the smaller crimes. That's actually how Mayor Giuliani cleaned up New York City, because even if people are jumping over the turnstiles instead of paying $2 for the subway, what else are these people going to go try and do next? So that's how he cleaned up New York, and that's how we're going to clean up the United States.
RSBN's Megan Kohler live from Houston, Texas. Megan, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again soon.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so it's 11:25 Eastern Time. Obviously, we're going to be looking forward to seeing the White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt for her second press briefing today. Robert, your thoughts about how she did the first time around?
Just knocked it out of the park. It's a different day, a much better day in that office, because I think the biggest difference was Karine Jean-Pierre came in there and said, I'm gay, I'm black, I'm foreign, I'm this, that, and the other, and that's why I'm right for this role. When you take on a press secretary or a PIO role, you are representing your boss. It does not matter really your background, does not matter even who you are as a person, because you speak on behalf of the White House and on behalf of the Commander-in-Chief. And as Karoline Leavitt said, you have access to me. We will be fully transparent with you. I expect you, the press, to also be honest, because let's be quite honest, some outlets really mistreated President Trump and his family, in fact, lied about him. But she also said, you have the greatest spokesperson for the White House, and that is the 47th President of the United States, Donald John Trump. So an impressive performance. It was great to see so many people in that small room, in addition to the whitehouse.gov/new media, the new media presence. How exciting for transparency for the American people.
All about the First Amendment. And of course, President Trump is about the First Amendment and the entire Constitution. So awesome to see 11 days into this presidency, so many great things going on. So let's go back to yesterday for just a moment in that White House press briefing room. We're going to talk about the one soundbite, of course, from President Trump, talking about the situation with the American Airlines plane and the helicopter, the Black Hawk helicopter. Let's go to that sound right now. Okay, all right. In our planning with the rundown there, that would be next, guys. So we're going to move on at this point to the 1 o'clock, of course. We're looking forward to seeing the press secretary there at the White House. And of course, we have a number of great interviews coming up with Carla Sands with the America First Policy Institute. Always great to hear from Carla.
And remember when they made the random attacks on that President Trump does not surround himself with smart women? And we've had two really smart women on just this morning, and then we'll have a great former ambassador in Carla Sands, who's such a friend of the show. And I think that was that gentleman that owns the Dallas Mavericks who said that.
Exactly. Speaking of sports, again, Eagles, Chiefs, picking the Eagles over the Chiefs.
And so my score was 34-23, Chiefs over Eagles. I believe you were 23-17?
23-17.
The other way around. So the Birds of Philadelphia.
Definitely. So we'll see what happens coming up on February 9th. But let's get back to business here as we are ready to show you that soundbite from yesterday from the president in the press briefing room.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened. And the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
All right, so we heard the president there yesterday, and of course he is posting on Truth Social a lot about what happened there on Wednesday night. You know, a lot of questions to be answered. It really makes no sense. It really makes no sense. When you see those videos of them coming together like that, the direct hit, that's 67 people that have lost their lives because of what happened there. So President Trump is doing the best he can to find out, and so is his team.
And, you know, any loss of life, Matthew, tragic, but it just seems as if the stories, when you start hearing about these people, members of the U.S. skating team, there was a beautiful woman who was actually a pageant competitor as well from nearly a decade ago. But, you know, these great pageants that President Trump was very involved with over the years lead to some of the best women that are in our society. So these are truly representatives and diplomats in their own right who lost their lives, including 3 wonderful military members. So our thoughts and prayers with the families, the victims, and you just don't think that that's going to happen because it is the safest form of travel really in the world, especially the United States. This is a rare thing to happen, and it hits home for us, I think, because we have so many friends and colleagues in the D.C. area who go in and out on a regular basis, including, as we just did for the inauguration, and we will do as well for CPAC. So, again, our thoughts and prayers here from the entire network with those who lost their lives.
Including 14 of the U.S. skating team, so both athletes and coaches. So a lot of questions to be answered there. Of course, there were some intense moments inside the Senate hearing yesterday with Kash Patel standing his ground, doing a great job. We'll have some sound from that as soon as we get the green light on that. That was quite the moment yesterday.
He's an extraordinary individual. If you're not familiar with Kash, he's had a 16-year career in and outside of the Beltway, but mostly handling intelligence. And if it was not for Mr. Patel and Congressman Devin Nunes, we would not have known about the Steele dossier, that was funded by the Clintons, that was the Russia hoax, really the origin of it, and the involvement of Carter Page. It's almost as if it was a Tom Clancy novel. If you had watched Lee Smith's book, read that, or then watched the documentary, The Plot Against the President, Mr. Patel, a central role in that. I also liked how he set the record straight on January 6th and the fact that Mayor Bowser and then Speaker Nancy Pelosi refused the National Guard assistance that President Trump was willing, ready, and able to offer. In fact, he signed that memorandum to send them into the Capitol, but 48 hours prior, they refused that assistance. And really, I think they need to be asked why they did that and why they chose to forego that, because we know that that was a dire consequence as a result.
At the end of the day, we need common sense people in office and at these cabinet positions. Here's Kash Patel from yesterday.
No. I'm afraid that the history of this nominee's conduct raises those warnings. And I yield my 1 second back.
Before Senator Cornyn, you said you'd like to explain something. I forget the point he made. You can do that now if you want to.
Simply this, Senator. In the collective, all of those statements are taken out of grotesque context. And anyone that thinks my 16 years of service isn't exemplary on how I would proceed if confirmed as FBI is intentionally putting false information into the public ether and creating more public discourse. The only thing that will matter if I'm confirmed as a director of the FBI is a de-weaponized, depoliticized system of law enforcement completely devoted to rigorous obedience of the Constitution and a singular standard of justice.
All right, yet another mic drop by Kash Patel yesterday.
Yeah, he's really going to be on top of all this because sadly some in Washington have peddled flat out lies about this gentleman. And you saw their Senator Whitehouse, who's really been atrocious in these hearings, including Communist Senator Dick Durbin. These people have been here too long, okay? Whether it's term limits, whether it is, and the thing I despise the most is generational warfare and, oh, they're too old, they're too young, this, that, and the other. But I will highlight Secretary Hegseth and soon-to-be FBI Director Kash Patel in their mid-40s. We need younger people involved in our government. So the MAGA movement has inspired many people. So go out there, run for city council, run for school board, take the reins. These people have been in Washington on some occasions for years and years and years, and it is a deep swamp. And you've probably seen that meme go around from Turning Point USA that really for the last decade, ever since the Golden Escalator, has been shared. It's not so much of the people you see on your split screen at the White House who lived there for 4 or 8 years. It's more of those people in Congress who are there for 40 or 50 years. The founders never envisioned that. It was meant to go and serve your common man. And then, you know what? Take a break, go back to the farm, and allow someone else to go in your place, in your stead, and serve the American people.
Exactly. We're going to go to the RFK Jr. Senate hearing soundbite in just a second. I believe Carla Sands is on the line as well, Director, I think. So as soon as we see that happen, we'll go to Carla as well with the America First Policy Institute. Okay, so we're just going to be about a minute out to that. So there's obviously a lot of news that's happened over the past 11 days, and we're bringing you a lot of the highlights of what's happened. Of course, today at 1 o'clock, we'll be going to the West Wing, actually. The Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt will have her second press briefing. Again, we'll be playing a soundbite from her as well in just a minute. But let's go to Carla Sands here in just a second as soon as we see the program switch to that feed. And we'll interview Carla. So obviously, Carla Sands, you've been on the show a number of times. Your thoughts right now as we're 11 days into this great presidency?
I'm overwhelmed with gratitude for what President Trump and his team are doing for every American. This is on behalf of every American. He's going to keep us safer in the skies. What the Biden and Obama administrations had done to our FAA is, it's outrageous, and people were predicting this was going to happen, but it's going to have other ramifications. What he just signed is that there's no DEI allowed, or whatever you want to call it, DEIA, or however the iteration is in these different government organizations. And that's going to have a ripple effect. It's going to also be removed, I think, from many corporate settings, because this leads to bad outcomes. People have been talking about how people will die because doctors who are unqualified, surgeons who are unqualified, were put ahead of highly qualified candidates to try to make things look in a certain balance racially. Everybody's different. I can never play on the NBA. I never would have been able to, but I've been able to do the things I did because of the gifts God gave me and the fact that I worked hard. Every American can work hard to achieve their greatness, but all of our greatness is different. God gave us each different talents.
That is so true, Ambassador Sands. And what do you think that President Trump will highlight in the coming weeks here with his foreign policy? Of course, lots to fix given the mistakes of the past administration.
Yes, there's a lot to fix. And when I talk to people in our allied countries, especially the Catholic majority countries, the countries that are still Christian, they're very upset that the Biden and Obama administrations were forcing them to have radical ideologies and pushing things like abortion on them or trans issues on them. And they didn't want that. And it was tied to aid and trade. That goes away because President Trump is saying we want reciprocal trade, we want fair trade, but we're not going to ship these things out. In fact, he's saying we're not going to pay for foreign abortions, which is something that has historically not been done by the American taxpayer. So he's righting the ship of America, and he's doing it really fast, which I am grateful for, and his team is all in. But there are people working for the federal government that have decided to stay and obstruct. I will just say this, that's illegal. And I hope that they prosecute these people and they uncover it. And with AI, we can uncover a lot. There's not going to be anything that can be hidden when people are trying to cheat or obstruct the America First agenda.
Exactly. And speaking of that, I know we talked a while ago about the fact that, okay, President Trump wins and that's great for our country and we the people are happy, but we still have to be ready to your hope for the best, prepare for the worst type of thing, right?
Yes. I also want to just encourage you, if you're a viewer, you're probably an activist and you want the America First agenda to be implemented, you want President Trump to have his men and women, his team in place, I would encourage you to call your senator, no matter which side of the aisle they're on, and remind them that you want them to pass through the Senate and approve all of President Trump's cabinet and then all the people that have to get through Senate confirmation. That's the first thing, right? And then the second thing is we need you to be activists and not slow down in what you did. You just won the last year in 2024, but 2 years from now, and that's going to come fast, we're going to have the midterm elections. And we want to give President Trump and his team 4 years so that every one of you can enjoy 4 years of prosperity and peace, security. Let's build on what we have now so that he's not impeached the first day that a Democrat Congress takes power.
Oh, an excellent point, to remain engaged in the fight with the grassroots, and we have CPAC right around the corner for that.
I'll be there.
Oh, we'll look forward to seeing you and hope to speak with you on the ground there, because that truly is the grassroots in action to learn how they can make positive change and effect in their community. But President Ronald Reagan spoke of the closest thing to eternal life on earth is a government program or a government entitlement. This administration is clearly focused on shrinking and streamlining the size and scope of all federal government. You've been in the room where it happens, Ambassador. How is that achieved in the first 100 days and within a short period of time of 2 years before the midterms?
Yeah, well, they're working as fast as they can. I'll just give you a quick example. A friend of mine has been asked to lead an organization within the government that has a budget of $20 million that's for women's issues. And it was founded in 1920, right around, the time where women were fighting about the vote and trying to get equal rights. And I get that there was an issue in the 20s, right? I don't think you could, as a woman, get a checkbook or open a bank account without your husband or father being there. That's what I've been told. So thinking that her mission would be to get in there and close it down, it's full of leftist people who just want to promulgate these leftist ideologies to women on campuses where you're going to do women's studies, not business. There's no future for certain kinds of studies, and you need to look at that. If you want to take a course in that, great, but you need to find, when you're studying in college, you need to actually study things that are going to lead to your own personal, prosperity and fulfillment as an adult in the workplace. But so she's going to shut it down. And I hope she's successful. But there are so many of these pockets. I talked to another woman who was at the State Department, a nice Republican lady, and she was sending all these millions of dollars to different female organizations in other countries, whether it was Afghanistan or some country in Africa. And it was to help them, build businesses and have these different efforts to make them comfortable in the world. I'm sorry, that's not the American taxpayer's job. Our job is to take care of America, our infrastructure, our security as far as our military, and that's pretty much it. And it's not succeeding at its sole mission. And so we have to say, okay, maybe a nonprofit can do that. There's a lot of people that are generous that can give money and support those women, whether it's in Somalia or Afghanistan, wherever. But that's not the American taxpayer's job. Our job, the job of the government, is the safety and security of the American people and to keep the infrastructure running, whether it's the roads or the bridges. But that hasn't been happening. We've been instead doing it for places like Ukraine.
Exactly. And if you're just joining us right now, this is Carla Sands with the America First Policy Institute. It's 11:43 a.m. We're going to go to Washington here for that press briefing in a bit. This is Karoline Leavitt's second press briefing. And Carla, your thoughts about how she did the other day in front of the press. And on top of that, how about with Kash Patel, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and on?
Well, I got to watch everyone's opening statement and a lot of their hearings. I'm so excited about these wonderful, competent people. That's what we want, competence, President Trump says. Love Karoline Leavitt and how she really does speak truth to these organizations that are basically an arm of the Democrat Party, most of them. I love that she's opening seats to new media so that people with podcasts and people that, like RSBN, have a seat at the table, because more people are watching your station sometimes than are watching CNN. And so we need to have parity and make sure that our viewers can see the president and what he's doing up close. I love that. But Kash Patel, when he was the chief of staff for the Secretary of Defense, he was the one that told me I was getting the Medal for Distinguished Public Service. And I had never met Kash before, but I was thrilled to do that and then to receive that. And then we've become personal friends. And so knowing these warriors who are all about putting America first and rebuilding our country at a time when we desperately need it, it's an honor and a privilege to know these wonderful people and to be able to work with them.
Carla Sands, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask, Ambassador, the Democrats seem to be slowing down in the Senate, specifically the rest of these confirmations for the cabinet, and President Trump highlighted that in his press conference yesterday. Are you for certain or concerned about any nominee as they face really this unfair line of questioning? And I think we saw that besides Pete Hegseth, who got through, of course, as Secretary of Defense, the way they've treated Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel, to your point, really very unfair. And I think the Republican caucus did such a good job at clearing up the lies that the Democrats were throwing out there.
Oh my gosh, when I saw Bernie Sanders, what was it last year, the recipient of the most big pharma money, take on Bobby Kennedy and attack him and scream, others were screaming at Bobby Kennedy. He's in the right place and working to the right thing if they're all attacking him. I will just say that. But I think it's despicable that the Democrats don't pass our candidate, President Trump's nominees through the way Republicans are very gentlemanly. They pass the people through. Even if they really are unqualified, most of them will vote for those candidates. And yet you see the Democrats not play fair. I want Republicans to go on the front foot and go on offense and use every tool in the toolbox to give President Trump his men and women. And I want them to do it now. I want them to stop playing nice. I want them to go toe-to-toe. The only way to get a bully to stop being a bully is to give it back to them and bloody their nose. And so I want to see our Republicans really man up, women up, and do the right thing and push forward President Trump's candidates. I know they want to hear from them. They want to, have their moment on the camera, but I want them to jam this. I don't know if they're working over the weekend, this weekend. I hope they are. I really hope they are. We need to give President Trump his people and get going even faster.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's about draining the swamp and getting rid of the corruption in the government. Anything that is trying to take away from the Make America Great Again agenda is being against our country. However, within that framework, of course, we know President Trump is the president of all people in this country, but we do know when it comes to leadership positions like Cory Booker or Adam Schiff yesterday, talking with such hate toward Kash Patel, you can tell that it's just not only against Kash, but it's against all of us. And it's terrible to see, but it's unfortunate that we have people like that in government. But that's what we have right now until the swamp is totally drained. And we have our voice, we have our vote, and we have, of course, the narrative here to share of common sense and truth, right?
That's right. That's right. I mean, Adam Schiff, I believe he has broken the law and never been held accountable. I'm not sure when that accountability will come, but I really do want the new Justice Department that's coming in to hold the lawbreakers on the left accountable. The only way, like I said, you can get bad people doing bad things to stop is to have consequences for those actions. So I really hope that they do task someone at the DOJ to go after the people that did things that are illegal and unethical.
And time will tell with that. Carla Sands, again,
right,
with America First Policy Institute. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again here on the network.
Thanks.
So we're speaking about RFK Jr. and others there, and I know we have some sound to play from just yesterday, or even 2 days ago, but still a very powerful soundbite, about a minute and 30-second soundbite we're going to get to in just a second. As we go back to programming on our monitor here, we can tell you about Colonial Metals Group right here. It's all about this, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Always a good company.
And you scan that QR code on the screen there, and you will get that free gold guide from 2025 in the new year. And this will give you options on how you can address the hedge against inflation. Gold, silver, precious metals, always a good idea in addition to your properties, assets, and other commodities to make sure you and your loved ones can hit the retirement dreams and go after the American dream that we so love here at this network. So visit our friends over at Colonial Metals Group and this RSBN exclusive, this tax-free guide on making yourself eligible for retirement. It's a dream of all of us, isn't it, Matthew?
It totally is. So it's freegoldguide.com. Get more information on those tax-sheltered IRAs and 401ks. Always good to have the high-value gold as a backup. Colonial Metals Group. All right, it's 11:49 Eastern as we are getting ready for quite the day of coverage here. Again, the White House press briefing to happen a bit later at 1 o'clock. Then President Trump to sign some more executive orders in the Oval Office. And then we'll also see the president boarding Air Force One a bit later today, heading to Florida tonight. So we'll see that here on the network. Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks for sticking with us here as we're covering various news of the week. Of course, talking about news that's happening now as well as we follow specifically, too, the fact that the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, will be here in our country next week. So we'll have that on the network. So let's pivot now to RFK Jr. as he, of course, is looking to be the top person for the Health and Human Services Department. But listen to what he was talking about just the other day.
When I launched my campaign, it was about uniting Americans, Democrats and Republicans. There's no issue that should unite us more than this chronic health epidemic. There's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. These are our kids. 66% of them are damaged. I know what a healthy kid looks like because I had so many of them in my family. I didn't know anybody with a food allergy growing up, peanut allergy. Why do 5 of my kids have allergies? Why are we seeing these explosions in diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, neurological diseases, depression, all of these things that are related to toxics in the environment? Why can't we just agree with each other to put differences about so many issues, intractable issues aside, and say, we're going to end this? I don't think anybody is going to be able to do this like I have because of my peculiar experience, because I've litigated against these agencies. When you litigate against them, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. I've written 6 books about these agencies. I know a lot about them and I know how to fix it. And there's nobody who will fix it the way that I do because I'm not scared of vested interests. I don't care. I'm not here because I want a position or a job. I have a very good life and a happy family. This is something I don't need. I want to do this.
So there you go. This is something that I don't need, but he's doing this because he cares about the country and he's the right guy for the job.
And I appreciate the Republican and Democrat argument is null and void, unless you're in the Beltway, of course. But we saw over the last decade how that Republican and Democrat apparatus, really the uniparty, and I think that moment, Matthew, when Lindsey Graham 2.0 was born from the dais up against Brett Kavanaugh, when you had then Senator Kamala Harris and Senator Cory Booker just destroying this man's reputation and his family's reputation and really trying to make it all crumble right there as he's testifying to the truth. And it was disgusting to watch. And Lindsey Graham said, "Oh, my friend, you've come here at the wrong time to the wrong city." And thank God we have someone who has the conservative jurisprudence, again, not necessarily a conservative political philosophy, but a judicial philosophy that puts law and order above all else. And that's why, as Bobby Kennedy said, there's not Republican kids, there's not Democrat kids. Let's care about Americans and stop this chronic illness, this pain taking place that really 60% of Americans are suffering from some form of this. And our children, autism, the diabetes, and overweight, it has to stop. And even President Kennedy, his uncle, talked about this back in the 60s, and about making America healthy again. And now it is just, we are being attacked with poisons from within these corporate entities or within the southern border with that porous border and fentanyl coming over. These are the people who are literally answering the call of God to serve their fellow man.
Amen. That's what we need here in this country. We're going to go from one conservative rock star to another in just a second. Before we do, let's thank Tax Network USA and let you know about this great group there. You see that number on the screen, 800-357-1415. When you have any taxes that you have questions about, whether they're back taxes or coming up in April, you can go to tnusa.com/RSBN. A great company there, Robert, especially when it comes to a patriotic company, just like all of our sponsors are here at Right Side.
And goodness gracious, April 15th is coming so fast. I mean, it's the end of January already. We're at January 31st, 2025. Can you believe how quick? At this breakneck pace, I mean, I think we assumed based on the first administration of President Trump hitting the ground running. So we know he's trying to reform this organization. The IRS even saying that he might send those border agents some assistance with IRS agents as well. Those 88,000 or so from the Biden administration. But Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/RSBN, 1-800-357-1415. These are great partners. They're experts at property taxes, sales tax, also those federal income taxes, which might be going away sometime in the near future. But until then, you need to know how to combat this and settle your back taxes now, along with protecting your assets for the future.
100%. So speaking of reforming our country, that's what it looks like is happening in a great way for the nation. Instead of going down the left side of the aisle with weak and woke policies, obviously common sense, strength, and leadership to the right. All about we the people, all about us, here at this network. We're on the team of common sense and truth and the Constitution. So it is about 11:55 Eastern, as you see there on your screen, looking live at the White House. Again, let's go from one conservative rock star to another. From just Tuesday, when White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt was making her debut in front of the nation, in front of the world, for those people that care about politics in other countries, which they do, and especially in Washington, D.C. So, Director, are we ready to go to that one? Let's go to Karoline Leavitt right now.
In this briefing room, speaking to the American public, you view yourself and your role as speaking on, advocating on behalf of the president, or providing the unvarnished truth that is, not to lie, not to obfuscate to the American people.
I commit to telling the truth from this podium every single day. I commit to speaking on behalf of the President of the United States. That is my job. And I will say it's very easy to speak truth from this podium when you have a president who is implementing policies that are wildly popular with the American people. And that's exactly what this administration is doing. It's correcting the lies and the wrongs of the past 4 years, many of the lies that have been told to your faces in this very briefing room. I will not do that. But since you brought up Truth Seek, I would like to point out, while I vowed to provide the truth from this podium, we ask that all of you in this room hold yourselves to that same standard. We know for a fact there have been lies that have been pushed by many legacy media outlets in this country about this president, about his family, and we will not accept that. We will call you out when we feel that your reporting is wrong or there is misinformation about this White House. So, yes, I will hold myself to the truth, and I expect everyone in this room to do the same.
All right, here we are again live, seeing Washington, D.C. Another mic drop there. You saw one from Kash Patel, RFK Jr., and now Karoline Leavitt.
She was outstanding just the other day, on Tuesday, in fact, and today I think she will hit another grand slam out of the park. The youngest press secretary in history, and someone who is fully capable of doing this job. And even her former boss, Kayleigh McEnany, saying the media really doesn't know what's coming at them in the form of Karoline Leavitt. She is a pro. She is hardworking. She is a great spokesperson on behalf of the best spokesperson, in her words, for the White House and for the American people, President Donald John Trump.
What I like the most about Karoline is her heart and her mind is directly about we the people, and really is coming from that common sense perspective too. So you combine that, and there you go. We've got a great White House press secretary. It's been a while, so it's great to see that they're at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Let's shift gears now and talk about Wednesday, where President Trump from the East Room signed the first bill into law under the second presidency. The Laken Riley Act, of course, specifically about illegal aliens who commit crimes, now will be detained by the Department of Homeland Security.
And this was done in a bipartisan fashion. And really thank you to the work of Congressman Mike Collins of Georgia, who had this on the floor of the House roughly in March of last year. That Senate 5 amended bill version of that is thanks to Katie Britt of Alabama, who really knocked on those doors, brought 12 Democrats over to the Republican cause to secure not only the borders, but public safety in honor of this beautiful nursing student who lost her life simply going for a jog in the afternoon, something you don't expect to happen. And it's egregious what happened, the rape and murder of this beautiful young woman who was such a bright light to the world. But 48 congressmen in the House of Democrats coming along board with Republicans, 12 Democrat senators as well. Really, when you look at the language of this bill in its original form and even the Senate version, it just requires Homeland Security to detain certain non-U.S. nationals. These are aliens under federal law already. So it's enhancing what's already on the books and who have been arrested for burglary, theft, larceny, shoplifting. Bill authorizes the the states and people to sue the federal government for decisions or alleged failures in regards to immigration status and enforcement. And that's been the problem, because even petty theft, some of these people have been let off with basically a slap on the wrist, and then they go and they rape and murder and pillage, and it was preventable. That's the whole thing, preventable crime.
And let's hear from President Trump on Wednesday, and following that will be from Laken Riley's mom, Allison. Here's that.
The Laken's family, we will keep Laken's memory alive in our hearts forever, everyone's hearts. With today's action, her name will also live forever in the laws of our country, and this is a very important law. This is something that has brought Democrats and Republicans together. That's not easy to do. Laken did it. Laken did it. America will never, ever forget Laken Hope Riley. The vicious criminal who murdered Precious Laken was an illegal alien member of the barbaric Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. He trespassed across our southern border in 2022 and was apprehended by Border Patrol, but under the cruel policies of the last administration, instead of being deported, as he should have been, he was released into the United States, as were millions of other people, many of them very dangerous people. And you see what we're doing? We're getting them the hell out of here. This is an amazing tribute to an amazing young person. And if you could come up, Allison, and say a few words, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Trump. We would like to thank Senator Katie Britt for her diligent bipartisan work to get this bill through the Senate. We'd also like to thank Congressman Mike Collins for his unwavering passion and for leading on the Laken Riley Act from the start. Our family will forever be grateful for the prayers of the people across our nation and for helping to get this legislation into law. We also want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Laken. And he hasn't. He's a man of his word. We trust that he will fight for the American people. Most importantly, I want to thank our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, because without his sacrifices, Laken's story would have ended on that horrific day that she was taken from us. But because of him, we can continue living knowing that we will see Laken again. There's no amount of change that will ever bring back our precious Laken. Our hope moving forward is that her life saves lives. We're so thankful that her passion for helping others and her legacy for doing good in the name of Jesus Christ will carry on. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you know, President Trump, of course, meeting with the Angel families, Gold Star families, always a person that is not untouchable, you know, trying to be a career politician, just a guy that understands. And, you know, powerful words there by Laken's mom, very touching.
Truly the comforter in chief, President Donald Trump. And, you know, you're really speechless after something like that. And I think about really the times in the last 2 weeks, the way God has been invoked in difficult moments, in career moments, whether it's these respective secretaries or department heads to be, whether it's Reverend Franklin Graham or Pastor Sewell, invoking the beauty of the religion that binds all of us in this country, and of course a country where you can choose not to follow that if so chosen. I think about Cardinal Timothy Dolan just patting President Trump right on the back before he went to say his prayer. This is a united nation once again, and people in the last 4 years, like the Riley family, have suffered greatly because of the failures of a federal government that was not putting them first. And as Ambassador Sands said in the first hour, it's time we start taking care of the American people, not worrying so much about lining the pockets of special interests that may be foreign and abroad for people in a centralized city such as Washington, D.C. Truly, President Trump bringing this MAGA mentality to embrace all of America. And that's something that you clearly saw there with Laken's mother, as they're confident to see their daughter, you know, someday once again, but nothing will bring her back after such a horrible tragedy at the University of Georgia campus.
It is. It's great to have someone that's a common sense leader in the White House. So speaking of the White House, you're seeing a live look there as we get ready in about 55 minutes or so. We'll see the White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt addressing the press on this Friday, January 31st, the last day of the month. It's been quite the month, hasn't it?
Oh, it's nonstop, a breakneck pace, and I think that's the biggest difference. Well, between the lies and the failures of the Biden regime, and now this golden era that has begun, and President Trump sometimes just shaking his head at what he has to fix, but again, injecting that common sense into the American ethos. And I'm just excited to see someone, we clearly know who's in charge now at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and just hearkening back to Speaker Johnson's testimony. Just a few short months after he became Speaker in late 2023, he meets with President Biden. And there was somewhat of a disagreement on energy production, and specifically with liquid nitrogen that Biden banned from being explored and sought after. As we know, President Trump has said, drill, baby, drill, get the natural gas going. We have liquid gold, this oil underneath our feet here, so we can be energy independent once again. Well, President Biden dismissed the rest of his team around Speaker Johnson, and he could tell that there was some nervousness in the Oval Office just a year and a half ago. And President Biden said, Mike, I didn't do that. And he said, sir, I can go get this printed out with your secretary. You banned liquid nitrogen exploration in this country. And it's like no one was home. And I'm sorry, there was clearly a cognitive decline. And that's why you saw someone who received 18 million votes in the primaries, had his legs cut out from under him, and a Democrat Party for the third cycle in a row in D.C. and California choose to go with an anointed candidate and disregard the will of the American people.
And that's the problem. And that's what we've seen in the past. And of course, there's still more of a swamp to be drained and corruption to be taken out of all of our institutions, all of the departments, from the top to the bottom. That's really what we're looking to see happen under this 47th Commander-in-Chief, and to not allow anybody that has ill will to this nation and to freedom to have any kind of position of power. Simple as that. I mean, it's great and easy to say. It's a different way of seeing it actually happen. I mean, we're already seeing it happen with President Trump, but there's still some more voting to be done when it comes to maybe primarying certain people, or hopefully the American people are seeing how much better it is under President Trump. they'll vote Republican instead of Democrat. You know, that's their choice, of course.
And I will personally write a check to anyone who is ready to primary and challenge Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, and Susan Collins of Maine. So I'm just throwing it out there for everyone to hear, because we need more of the MAGA agenda implemented into the American ethos. And that's really Republican or Democrat, independent, libertarian, what have you. We need those policies to fight for we, the people, not the bloated bureaucracy that some seek to protect.
100%. Nothing to say more further there. All right, let's go right to this great company, the Colonial Metals Group. All you have to do is go to freegoldguide.com and you'll get a lot of information on gold, silver, and you know the fact that this is backed, you know, the tax shelter IRA and the 401k backed in gold, always awesome too.
Oh, an extraordinary group of people, experts at this, mind you. If you just scan that QR code, so easy to do, you'll get that free guide to shield your savings now. And this is the hedge against inflation. Truly, you can rely on properties, your assets, but gold and silver, precious metals, so important to, you know, even perhaps convert a 401k or IRA into these timeless commodities, because we know from Joe Biden and the inflation that's skyrocketed in the last few years, including that national debt, you have to protect you and your family. So go to Colonial Metals Group and that RSBN exclusive right now. Get your free 2025 gold guide, and you know, no obligation either, just to look and see what options you have for personally and also for your family members.
Yep. All right, so let's go from the freegoldguide.com there with Colonial Metals Group. Pivot now to Los Angeles from just the other day on Friday last week. So just 7 days ago, where we saw President Trump not only in LA, in North Carolina, then of course the Nevada rally, as we take a look at some video from his ground tour in Los Angeles. You know, it's interesting to see when he was meeting with all the people there and the officials, which you saw live right here on right side, he was kind of setting the record straight on this is what is needed to be done for the people here.
Mm-hmm. Really, these are the opportunities where it's not a camera op. The real leader goes and listens to people. And you saw in both roundtables, Western North Carolina and also Southern California, his ability to really commence a meeting and to sit there and listen, and even given, you know, a counter perspective, especially with LA Mayor Karen Bass. And I thought it was really quite a polite exchange, but again, common sense. He said, let them back right now. There's literally people standing outside of their property who cannot go on it to clean it up because of permits and regulations. And you've seen this in the Golden State. Do we really want to reflect the policies of one party rule in California over the rest of the country? I think the answer to that is no, as people made that very clear in the 2024 election. And what a joy to have First Lady Melania Trump, who is also a comforter in her own right, speaking Slovenian to one of the owners who sadly lost their home in the Pacific Palisades.
And the Pacific Palisades, obviously a gorgeous part of the earth, but now not looking obviously very good. And what we're hoping to see is that federal government, we saw President Trump there and all the aid that's needed to fix that situation in Los Angeles. Okay, so he went from North Carolina to LA to Nevada, as I mentioned. Of course, J.D. Vance, our vice president, went to Damascus, Virginia to tour some of the, still the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Can you believe we're still talking about that hurricane? If President Trump and Vice President Vance were in office during the hurricane, they would have been there quickly, helped out with the federal government a lot faster than anything that FEMA did. President Trump speaking negatively about FEMA as well, that needing a whole, it needs to be turned upside down, that group there.
And we've seen these problems ever since Katrina, you know, in 2004 with George W. Bush, which he was heavily criticized for, you know, and rightfully so in so many ways, but it's really this agency that has so much red tape behind it. And President Trump saying it might have to go for good, and the states and localities probably should be responding very first to these things. Also, you know, of course, coming to the federal government for assistance, but when you're only getting $750 checks across the board and they're not actually on the ground in a responsible amount of time, why did they exist in the first place?
Exactly. Let's head from this video a bit further south in various parts of the southern border, as we know that the military, U.S. Marines and Army, 1,600 total have been sent down there, deployed. There were already 2,500 troops there. So about 4,100 of our military personnel, as you see on the left side of your screen. This is video from just a few days ago from the Department of Defense sent to us here at Right Side. And we see them shoring up that border. And just the presence of our troops at the southern border shows, oh, we mean business.
Right, and 1,500 Marines, of course, the Army Corps of Engineers assisting Border Patrol, as you can see right there. But President Trump saying ultimately it might even take 10,000 troops, boots on the ground, to stop the cartels. We know that MS-13, Tren de Aragua, and the cartels, now foreign terrorist organizations, all signed into action by the 47th Commander-in-Chief. And that is perhaps the most important role of the president, is that role of Commander-in-Chief. And I had the privilege of seeing at the Commander-in-Chief ball, truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience, how excited our military is to have President Trump back. And right before they rolled out that cake, with, of course, with his new design of Air Force One intact as that beautiful cake with the insignia of all 6 of our service branches, the Central Command in South Korea standing at attention saying, "Welcome back home, sir." The 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. You could see there's a love affair between the military and our Commander-in-Chief, and that's just wonderful to see. It's almost as if so much burden and weight has been taken off their shoulders. They can actually do their jobs now.
And that's what they signed up. That's why the recruitment is going really well right now. It's because we have a real Commander-in-Chief in office. We have someone who's strong, of course, peace through strength. And he also said, I believe it was at the Commander-in-Chief ball, we're going to have such a strong military, it's going to be so strong that we're not even going to have to use it. He says, wouldn't that be great if we don't even have to use it because of the strength of our nation? And, you know, President Trump wanting to stop wars. He wants that to stop throughout the world. And, you know, the thing is if we were a smaller country and we didn't have much say in the world, okay, that's part of the way things go sometimes, but this is not the case. We are the leader here in this nation. He is the leader of the free world. So this is very serious stuff that's been going on. As you guys see there, a live picture from the White House. It's 12:15. Happy Friday to you. I say that, you know, with some reservations because there's a lot of tough situations going on in the country right now. But we still have to have our joy, right? We still have to have some comedy. We still have to laugh a bit, you know, as we move forward here. Let's talk again here at the top of the broadcast. If you just if you're just joining us right now, obviously no teleprompter right now. I'm all over the place a little bit, but that's all right. 11 days into the presidency right now. That's 11 days. It feels like 111 days in a good way, right? As he works with historic speed with all the executive orders. So let's go to that, actually. From yesterday, right, he was signing 2 more executive orders. He'll be signing more today at the Oval Office. But let's go to that video, if it's ready, right now from the Oval Office from less than 24 hours ago.
Very much for seeing me twice today. It's going to be quite an important signing, so we thought we'd let you watch. If we could, I'd ask Will to explain the first, but really more importantly, explain the second, and we'll start signing. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Just 2 items for your signature today. The first is the formal commission appointing Chris Rochelot to be the Deputy Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration.
Right.
And since the commissioner position since the administrator position is currently vacant, he will act as the administrator since he's now been appointed deputy.
And he's a very capable guy.
Extremely experienced in aviation and highly regarded in the industry and in government.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Second, for your signature, we have a presidential memorandum titled Immediate Assessment of Aviation Safety. In light of the damage done to aviation safety by the Biden administration's DEI and woke policies, what this presidential memorandum orders is for your Secretary of Transportation and FAA Administrator, in this case acting FAA Administrator, to basically ensure that we are actively undoing all of that damage, that we are assessing how much damage was done, and that we're ensuring that people hired within the FAA, in keeping with your memorandum of January 21st, are only the most outstanding, capable people for the jobs that they're being hired into.
In other words, competence.
Yes, sir. Elevating competence over everything else instead of the DEI policies that were pursued by the Biden administration.
I think everyone understands that. And Obama.
Yes.
Both of them. Okay, but Biden much worse. Not even a contest. What they've done is just crazy in so many other ways.
You know, Robert, I just can't get over the fact that we have an absolute boss at that White House. He is Teflon Don. He's getting the job done.
And this is what the left calls toxic masculinity. But I think it's something that is traditional masculinity, should be celebrated, taking on that leadership role. And you might remember as well during the Laken Riley bill, that act being signed into law, the first one President Trump has signed into law, he looked right in that camera, and it was a warning to anyone who would perpetrate such horrors that took place during the Biden administration, and said that he thought he was a hunter. And he paused for a moment and said, "I am the hunter." And that was very clearly made. So all enemies, foreign and domestic, it is the oath you take upon entering office. And this president means those words. And if you choose to go against that, and if you choose to abuse and harm even one hair on the American people, there will be hell to pay, because Donald Trump is in charge.
That's true. And let's move on to mybrightcore.com, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All you have to do is go to mybrightcore.com. If you'd like to purchase Kimchi 1, the product you see on the left, you could get 2 of them and you get 1 free. So great product there, Robert.
Oh, it's outstanding. Really, all health begins in your gut. This will affect your mental clarity and your performance at work, even spending that quality time with loved ones. Buy 2, get 1 free right now. mybrightcore.com/RSBN, or give that call right there, the number on your screen, 888-722-0936. Brightcore is made in the USA. Brightcore Kimchi 1. I have some of this at home myself. Great way to start the morning. But also, if you're looking for a little late night snack to make sure that your gut health is nice and secure, along with immune support. And that's a great backup as well, because with these goofy winter months, the weather changing, and also sometimes that colder weather, sometimes you get those sniffles or something like that. So this will also protect you from the gut and from a natural immunity side of things. So you don't have to use all that poison that's out there that's, the FDA approves.
We don't want toxins in the food. We want to make America healthy again,
exactly.
As does RFK Jr., as does the owner and founder, Kim Bright of Brightcore. So mybrightcore.com/RSBN. It's 12:20 in the East Coast, on the East Coast right now, 12:21 just now. The president, of course, signing a lot of executive orders. He'll be signing more today. He signed some yesterday. But I believe what's on his mind right now as well is what happened on Wednesday night at 8:48 p.m. when an American Airlines flight from Wichita was just doing a final approach to Ronald Reagan National Airport. And then there's a Black Hawk, and some of you have seen the video now. There's new video that's being released. This is not it, but that's all right. We aren't going to just pull from just some random social media account, but we are seeing these random videos of the 2 aircraft just coming right together, and we know what happened there. 67 people instantly or soon after, they lose their lives there. That's the pictures of that night. And President Trump saying, quote, yesterday, "As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us." He also says, "We'll get to the bottom of it," referring to how it happened. And then earlier, the president also on Truth Social saying the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high by a lot. It was far above the 200-foot limit. That's not really too complicated to understand, is it? ? That's according to the president. So there are a lot of questions out there about what actually happened. How in the world could this really happen? Because it was a clear night. You have pilots in the American Airlines plane. You have a pilot and others in the Black Hawk. You're flying and you're looking hopefully right out the window. And if you see something like that happening, you would have to move out of the way. So they were on that trajectory for a while. There's a lot of speculation, a lot of theories being thrown around out there. We're not going to go there in the sense of what may have happened, but hopefully we get the answers onto this, because this was quite a scary moment for all of us when we watched this on Wednesday and when we covered it on Thursday morning, Robert.
Well, it's horrible to think about because you don't anticipate it to happen, because as Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said, and the President said, reassuring people that flying domestically, and even internationally out of the United States still is safe. Yes, take your flights, but we have many colleagues and friends, and we go in and out of Washington, Reagan, or even the surrounding area of Dulles and BWI. But we know there's a lot of air traffic in and around that area with several military bases, including, of course, Joint Base Andrews that President Trump goes in and out of when he is traveling. He will be as well tonight as he makes his way down to Florida. And our thoughts and prayers with the many souls, 67, 3 military, 4 crew on the civilian aircraft, and 60 passengers perishing seemingly as everything went into a recovery mission. And then Mayor Wu, Lily Wu out of Wichita, Kansas, saying that this will be an inseparable moment of, again, a very tight-knit town of Wichita, Kansas, a military town as well, that will be forever connected to Washington, D.C. With these tragic events. So our thoughts and prayers with everyone affected by this.
Including 14 members of the U.S. skating team, athletes and coaches. So obviously a tragedy, but I'll tell you, we want to know what happened, how that happened. And President Trump, this is what I like about him too. Like, he stands there at this press conference yesterday, and we're going to go to a soundbite in a second, but he is not the typical guy where he's like, oh, we'll just let the investigation ride out. And he said something like this yesterday, and 3 years from now and get an answer. No, he started sharing options of what could have happened yesterday. And then the fake news press had the nerve to ask him questions that were saying, well, do you think it was this thing that happened? How can you get outside of the investigation? First of all, if they were common sense people, they would bring common sense questions to the President of the United States. But anyway, let's go to just a moment yesterday at the White House press briefing room when President Trump was addressing the nation about this terrible tragedy.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened. And the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people, because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. They like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
So if you'd like to see a replay of that entire press briefing, you can right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, people can go to Rumble. We've got a lot of followers on Rumble. And those of you watching on other platforms, thank you so much for streaming in with us, as it's about the bottom of the hour, getting ready for this Friday, January 31st, to go back to the press briefing room. This will be the third time we've seen the press briefing room this week. Of course, Karoline Leavitt starting it out on Tuesday with her first press conference, and then yesterday with President Trump, and I believe actually that was Wednesday, right?
That was actually Tuesday, Karoline.
Right,
was
and then
the first
President Trump's statement was
on after the event of
so
Wednesday night,
right?
So Thursday
so it was,
he came in.
So it was just yesterday.
So, lots of news this week.
Yeah, totally. There's a lot going on, including all of the Senate confirmation hearings that we've been following here at the network and bringing you live footage from regardless of what's going on, we are bringing that to you, and we will see the president board Air Force One a bit later today. This stream, if you stick with us, you'll see it all live right here. As again, it's 12:30. We're going to talk about Colonial Metals Group, and we're going to go to one more soundbite from Tuesday from Karoline Leavitt, and then we'll bring you continuous live coverage all the way until we go to the press briefing room there, Colonial Metals Group. A great sponsor here at the network. I interviewed the founder, Paul Stone, who is straight up for the country and for financial peace of mind, especially with this kind of info kit that would get you to that area.
And you can scan that QR code to shield your savings now, and for more information, no obligation, but of course, so important for your own commodities and to reach retirement with gold, silver, precious metals. You might have that 401k or IRA and properties and assets through the roof, but this stuff, it really never gets old. It has stood the test of time and might be a good option for you and your family. So go to Colonial Metals Group. Of course, again, scan the QR code to shield your savings now. This is an RSBN exclusive, and we're proud to partner with Colonial Metals Group and thank them for giving you this unbridled coverage to President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, also the 119th Congress. And because of all the news this week, Matthew, people may have missed that EPA chief, the new administrator, is Lee Zeldin out of New York. He took the oath of office just a couple of days ago and is hitting the ground running with a really decent vote out of the Senate. And of course, as well, taking the oath of office today, former Governor Doug Burgum, the new Department Head of the Interior, the Secretary of Interior. So that's all of our national parks, our farmlands. It actually deals with deforestation as well and forest management, something that California needs to learn how to do, and perhaps they will be able to under a new governor, if Governor Newscomb gets on out of Sacramento. But Doug Burgum, a remarkable addition to the president's cabinet.
And I'm sure he will be heading to California as one of his first things to take care of for our country. All right, it's bottom of the hour, 12:30. Let's go back real quick on Tuesday when one of the reporters asked and tried to hold Karoline Leavitt accountable. Listen to what she said.
In this briefing room, speaking to the American public, you view yourself and your role as advocating on behalf of the president, or providing the unvarnished truth that is, not to lie, not to obfuscate to the American people.
I commit to telling the truth from this podium every single day. I commit to speaking on behalf of the President of the United States. That is my job. And I will say it's very easy to speak truth from this podium when you have a president who is implementing policies that are wildly popular with the American people. And that's exactly what this administration is doing. It's correcting the lies and the wrongs of the past 4 years, many of the lies that have been told to your faces in this very briefing room. I will not do that. But since you brought up Truth Seek, I would like to point out, while I vowed to provide the truth from this podium, we ask that all of you in this room hold yourselves to that same standard. We know for a fact there have been lies that have been pushed by many legacy media outlets in this country about this president, about his family, and we will not accept that. We will call you out when we feel that your reporting is wrong or there is misinformation about this White House. So yes, I will hold myself to the truth, and I expect everyone in this room to do the same.
So there you go. So if someone is out there lying and there's this false narrative, Karoline and the team there at the press secretary's office is going to call it out there, of course, as we take a live look at the White House there. A little bit of a shot going back and forth, but we will be definitely getting a live feed from inside that press briefing room. And on top of that, a great sponsor here at Right Side, Tax Network USA.
TNUSA.com/RSBN. This is what you need to do before you file those taxes. Coming up April 15th is right around the corner. Settle your back taxes now and stay ahead of the IRS, an agency that might actually be heading to the border soon, since the Biden administration hired over 80,000 new agents, and President Trump needs somewhere to put these big bloated government officials, these bureaucrats. So that might be forthcoming. But in the meantime, call 1-800-357-1415, Tax Network USA Incorporated. Whether it's property taxes, state taxes, federal income tax, they know how to deal with all of these things so you can protect yourself and your assets. And we know that they are great patriots, as we are here at the network, so you don't have to fear speaking to someone who might be a deep stater on the other end. TNUSA.com/RSBN, your go-to for all tax-related issues.
All right, so we're getting ready about 28 minutes from now. As soon as the White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt takes to the podium, we'll hear what her opening statements will be inside the press briefing room, and then we'll see what kind of questions are from the press. Will we get a little bit of a back and forth false narrative versus the truth? Probably. Will we get the truth versus lies? Most likely. And the people, we see through all that, and that's why conservative media is becoming more of a go-to for your trusted, reliable news source organizations, including Right Side. We go there live, of course, to the press briefing room. We'll give you the live coverage from Los Angeles, North Carolina the other day, and in Virginia when the Vice President toured Damascus, Virginia. Also, it's great to have some wonderful people join us here at the network with interviews, and also to hear from RSBN's Megan Kohler today and Christina Loren just the other day. People that just love our country, and yeah, we're the same crew when it comes to the rally coverage. Of course, from day one back in 2015, all of those awesome rallies, all of us out there interviewing people over the past couple years here with even just obviously some new faces. But at the end of the day, we love the country, and it's just awesome to be able to do it.
Oh, it really is. It's once in a lifetime. It's an honor to bring free speech and true journalism to you, the American people, so that you can make up your minds. Of course, we have a perspective on it, and we are supporters of President Trump and the MAGA agenda, but we're analyzing things from multiple different perspectives. And if you're just joining in, a program note, you might be wondering what's the future of Right Side Broadcasting, as you're just not going to have as many rallies as we once did going back to the campaign trail. But we've had 2 thus far in the new year, something that President Trump loves to do in order to reach out to those great patriots that supported his reelection. But what we have here is a wonderful live desk and even more programming forthcoming. We'll be at CPAC with you as well on the ground. Of course, Mr. Magnificent Matthew Alvarez here will be in studio covering all of that, detailed what will happen. You heard from Ambassador Sands. If you were listening earlier to our interview, she will be there as well in beautiful Washington, D.C. Of course, it's returning to Maryland after the lockdowns of COVID from a few years ago, where it would go to Florida and then to Texas, into the more free states in our great nation. But nonetheless, back at it at the Gaylord Resort there in National Harbor, Maryland. Going to be very exciting to see all that. I'll be joined by, of course, the classy Christina Loren and the awesome adventurer known as Ashley Brassfield. She'll be joining us as well. So looking forward to that. But you can see on our split screen here, Washington, D.C., 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt will be holding that press briefing at 1 o'clock Eastern. So coming up, the second one this week, and of her brief time having been there in the White House. Can you believe it's only the second full week of this great administration?
Can you believe it? I mean, it's 11 days. He's been in office for 11 days. He's done more work in 11 days than many presidents have done in 4 years, and in possibly 8 years for maybe a Democrat, and in some cases Republican presidents of the past. But a lot being done for our country. We love to see it. We love that you're joining us, and we're about to go to that press briefing room. Now, the question is, last time it was packed, every seat filled all the way around. It's going to be crowded just once again, of course, because, I remember hearing from Natalie Winters on RAV, of course. She was saying things like the people around the press briefing room, they have this air about themselves. They act like they are, God's gift and all that. It's like, we the people, we don't want that anymore. We just want common sense.
Right.
We want to be able to create again. We want to be great again. We want to dream big again. We want our gas prices lower. We want a number of things to be better. And we're done with the career politician thing. We're done with the fake news. And it's great that Karoline is telling the press there, hey, the new media seat is open.
Right. Whitehouse.gov/new media. You can apply there. If you're a social media content creator, a lot of people having even more views than some of the big names in cable news as well. And to Natalie's point, too, I was rather surprised that some of these outlets were actually making fun of her outfits, which I thought was extraordinarily petty, given that she's always dashing and daring and professional, and always someone who is ready for the occasion, and that's kind of two dirty little secrets of the media. First and foremost, there's a lot of respect amongst most of the core. It's just a few in there that have this air about them, as Mr. Magnificent was mentioning, but also the fact that they love the fact that President Trump is back, because ratings for some of those networks that are losing viewership because they're trying to make the news instead of actually analyzing it, and they present opinion as stalwart fact. And I think we saw that in the press conference just the other day when you had the accusations that, well, will you be honest with us? And of course, Karoline said, yes, my job is to represent the leader of the free world here and in this moment. Oh, and by the way, you've been extraordinarily unfair to him and his family with all the lawfare and just actually dishonest analysis across the board. So we will hold you to account as well. It's a two-way street here, and it's good to have that back and forth because, again, you, the American people watching at home, can make up your own minds. You're smart enough, and clearly you showed that in the last election.
There is one thing that the mainstream media does very well, and we can do it well as well, and it's the following. The skill of being able to act like what you're saying is true. Now, we do it and we actually speak truth because you guys wouldn't be watching us if we didn't, right? We want the Constitution to be the law of the land. There's no question about it. We love President Trump. There's no question about it. We want our freedoms in this nation. There is no question about it. However, on the left side of the aisle, when it comes to the media, now I'm not talking about left-wing people. I'm not talking about Democrats across the country. We know Democrats, you know, and there's some good-hearted, great people.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunately, when it comes to maybe the brainwashing situation and, you know, whatever. But when it comes to leadership and the people that are in that White House press briefing room, when they try and get you and interrupt the leader of the free world, the person that has gone through so much just for this country, you can tell that where they're coming from is more of a hateful position in their heart. Same thing with Cory Booker yesterday and Adam Schiff against Kash Patel. I mean, come on, guys. They weren't really asking questions. You should see the hate on their face. And so what President Trump's saying, hey, I'm the president of all of the nation. And what we're saying at right side is, hey, we want unity as well. We want peace through strength, but we want peace. We want us to get along here. And we want to cover the news the way we have been, straight up about common sense.
And that's why it was so interesting to watch Senator Blackburn of Tennessee really saying that, why are you so afraid of Bobby Kennedy? And, you know, clearly, you know, Kash Patel as well. It's because they have to speak over these gentlemen because they are sharing the truth, because they have been in the room where it happens, and they have spent careers fighting really an organization and an apparatus that wants to control the minds of you, the American people. And I thought, how great was it when Bobby Kennedy pointed out the donations by corporate pharma to Senator Bernie Sanders, and he did not want to go there because they've been exposed. And you, the American people, know that, especially as independent free thinkers. And that's the thing I really got from being on the road, Matthew, speaking to folks that were not involved in politics the last decade until President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump came down the golden escalator as citizen servants to go to D.C. and bring common sense back to the American ethos. Most did not want to be involved in this process, and most are independent thinkers. They're not Republicans, they're not Democrats, they're not beholden to a party system. They just want common sense, and that's what attracted them to the MAGA movement.
Well, that's what it seems like and it sounds like, and what we've seen out there is that there are a lot of lions in this country, not sheeple. They're not following just the crowd. Now, we know there are people doing that, but the people in line outside of Trump rallies, no. You guys are all lions out there, and it's just awesome to be a part of that with you guys as we move forward here and look to see the press there as they gather to ask some questions to Karoline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. Now, I think that one of the things I believe that will be brought up today, of course, is the American Airlines and Black Hawk collision that claimed 67 people. So will the White House press secretary come out and speak about that with some factual things that she's learned? Or regardless, I'm sure that there will be some questions. And I think if the left-wing media, if it serves me correctly of how they'll probably do this, is they'll say, well, the president spoke about all of these different scenarios yesterday, it was outside the investigation and all that. And then Karoline's going to hit right back with the truth. You know, it's just, we're going to see it go back and forth here for a while on this Friday. Again, thanks so much for joining us. Robert McNeely, I'm Matthew Alvarez. He calls me Magnificent Matthew Alvarez. That's cool. I mean, all right, cool. But he's brilliant, Bobby McNeely. There you go.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that because it's some of my my elementary school teachers didn't think I was so brilliant, but I proved them wrong. I'm now at Right Side Broadcasting. And it's a joy to be with all of you, truly. And we're live here from Real America, Auburn, Alabama, a great place to live. In fact, it's the friendliest village on the plains. If you read To Kill a Mockingbird, made famous for that, of course, a great book and a great timeless novel and film in American history, but Auburn also a great college town and people just filled with common sense who wave to their neighbors. They want what's best for this great nation, and so do you, the viewers here at Right Side Broadcasting, as we look live at our nation's capital, the West Wing. It is the James Brady Press Briefing Room, which White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt, already an absolute superstar, perhaps one of the finest to have ever served in this role, and she's just getting started.
Exactly. So this is her second go at it today. And, you know, she already was doing great prior to becoming the White House press secretary, obviously with MAGA Inc. and the Trump team over the campaign trail over the years. You know, when she would be on certain networks and they would try and pin her in a corner, you know, saying all these different kinds of things, she would just hit back with the truth, and it makes them look really ridiculous. So that's another thing that's good to be on the side of the truth. You don't have to look so ridiculous unless you fumble around a couple times like I do sometimes, but with some words that I say, I'm without the prompter, but hey, you know, it is what it is.
Well, we've been working on this week of Mr. Magnificent disparaging himself, which I think is completely unacceptable.
Well, I mean,
because he is the best partner and co-anchor anyone could ask for, in my humble opinion.
Thank you. Yeah. That's very nice of you. Okay, that was good stuff. Yeah, so anyway, let's get back to 12:44, guys. We're here live. Thanks so much for streaming in with us, and all of you guys in the chats on Rumble and YouTube and X and Facebook, everywhere that you're watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. Streaming in. I got to stop saying tuning. It's a stream that we're doing here, a live stream.
It's a live stream, and that's when you see the gentleman there doing those pre-preps and warm-ups to make sure those mics are hot and ready to go. That means that we're just a few minutes away from Karoline Leavitt. So we will toss to a quick commercial break and stick with us here at Right Side Broadcasting as we are getting ready for White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt to hold a briefing at the top of the hour, 1 o'clock Eastern. We'll see you right back in a moment's notice.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interviewed the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Minutes from this press briefing on this Friday, January 31st. Beautiful thing you see right there happening. Of course, when the photographer takes that cloth, the microfiber cloth, make sure it's nice and clear. Also, we might be having Carla Sands joining us once again. If you're just joining us on the network, Carla joined us earlier today. It's great to get her take on how things are going from her perspective as being a former ambassador to Denmark under the first President Trump administration, also working as the VP chair of energy at America First Policy Institute. So she may be joining us here live as we get ready to go to this press briefing in Washington, D.C.
And this will be the second press briefing of course, the new White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt, and a lot in the James Brady briefing room this week with President Trump, addressing the media as well after the tragic events of Wednesday night with the American Airlines commercial flight crashing with a Black Hawk helicopter. And we have several agencies looking into this. NTSB will be leading this role in the investigation, but also the Department of Transportation and Department of Defense also tied to this, given who's been involved in a heavily trafficked area of Washington, D.C., especially when it comes to air traffic control. And you might have been seeing on the internet Senator Ted Budd asking the questions of now the former FAA administrator, Mr. Washington, who really could not answer the questions. He was not a pilot. He had no background in that. And you could see Senator Budd was very confused about why President Biden would really nominate someone like that. And President Trump alluded to the fact that this could be because of DEI practices. So a presidential memorandum was signed, again, after this past press conference from Wednesday, just stating that this is, again, being removed from all aspects of the federal government, something very important to do, as this will be a government focused on meritocracy, credibility, and you're seeing the zooming in right now of the press briefing room as reporters gather together for this, the second week of the new administration. I mean, wow, it's felt like we've been there forever in a good way.
Yeah, exactly. So 11 days into the administration, President Trump saying earlier, about 4 hours ago, about the American Airlines and Black Hawk collision, the tragedy there over the Potomac. President Trump saying the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high by a lot. It was far above the 200-foot limit. That's not really too complicated to understand, is it? Question mark. So, again, the common sense, everyday American aspect or part of President Trump, because that's who we are, right? We are everyday America, and that is a great thing because we are we the people. So we the people run the show. We're the ones voting for the people to be in office. We know that, unfortunately, there have been longtime career politicians on both sides of the aisle that haven't been doing very good things for we the people, but that's part of the drain the swamp agenda that President Trump has.
It really is. And it's, again, not Republican versus Democrat per se. And we saw that with the uniparty over all of these years. And President Trump in his first term, I think, really pulled back that curtain. And because we have the technology we have now, we have people who have fought for the First Amendment. I mean, think about 4 years ago when President Trump banned from Facebook, banned by then Twitter, to have this comeback, Truth Social, and then Elon Musk purchasing X. And thank you for liking and subscribing and sharing to us on whatever platform you like to watch our stream from, because it helps us out with viewership. And it's something that, wow, the vast sharing of information now is such a blessed time that we live in, because the deep state, the uniparty, was exposed in the process. I mean, even back to Lindsey Graham 2.0, with the Brett Kavanaugh hearings. Senator Graham would not campaign against sitting Democrat senators as a result of being cordial to the people he had to work with in D.C. Then that happened. And he goes and he campaigns harder almost than anyone else for multiple Republican candidates. And that's because you, the American people, share the information and tell your elected representatives how you want them to represent us.
And it's always good to have a voice for the voiceless in some cases, like Right Side Broadcasting Network. So if you have any story ideas or anything that you're dealing with when it comes to America First policies and you want to see something done in your neck of the woods, go ahead and reach out to RSBN, whether it's on our social media platforms, our various emails that are out there. So all to be a viewer advocate network as well, to be an advocate for you as we monitor those emails and hopefully can get something done that would help we the people. Now specifically, there is a smaller situation that is in Idaho and Oregon. So the Greater Idaho Movement, this has to do with a portion of we the people in Eastern Oregon. They actually want to have that little bit of that state to be part of Idaho. They want to get away from the cultural divide there with Portland and others. So we'll be interviewing the Greater Idaho Movement founder in just a bit here. As we air that interview most likely next week. But, those kind of stories, what's going on out there? We want to have our finger on the pulse, which we always do here at the network. But specifically, if there are things that you would like to see done in your neck of the woods, let's see if we can get a story together, interviews, all about everyday America as well here at the network. So just like the RNC had many people that we never knew on the stage there talking about certain situations that they've been dealing with. All to help people. So we're all in this thing literally together as we move forward. And we want that swamp to be drained. We want the corruption to be rid of the government. We want to know what happened with these LA wildfires specifically. There were more than 40 arrests for arson for those fires. Was there any connection going on there? These are questions we're just asking. We also want to know what happened with this terrible tragedy on Wednesday night over the Potomac River. So these are all common sense thoughts and questions, and hopefully we'll get some answers. And I know President Trump is definitely wanting to get some answers about Wednesday night as well.
Well, I think we have confidence in that because what he's already done in roughly 11 days, being back at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, declassifying the MLK and JFK RFK files for you to view. We know that Kash Patel has reviewed these, given his career in national intelligence, which makes him a perfect candidate for FBI director. And I like that he pushed back against Senator Schiff from California, saying that I am qualified for this role. And I am speaking to you, Senator. I don't need distractions. I don't need sound bites from your far left agenda. I need to get there and make a difference for the American people.
Speaking of making a difference for the American people, I have the email for you guys. Literally, if you'd like to email Right Side Broadcasting Network with any thoughts or ideas, or hey, you guys should do this, or hey, here's a story idea, whatever can help when it comes to the America First agenda, whatever helps for freedom, whatever helps for those kind of viewer advocacy stories. Will we cover every one of them? I'll say right now, probably not every one of them, because we have to still filter through and look at the ideas and that. So I'm just going to be forthright about that. But if it is something that will help we the people and help us in this country, this is the email. It's feedback@rsbn.tv. This from the great Mama Seals here at the network. Feedback@rsbn.tv. One more time, feedback@rsbn.tv. Go ahead, send us an email. Tell us if you like our ties. I mean, come on, give us something here.
No, it's a joy to be with you, to be really the People's Network. As you know, we've gone for a new programming note, to be really a live desk for you, to be that access to the government that is there to serve you, this government that shall not perish from the earth, as President Lincoln immortally said in that short 2-minute speech of the Gettysburg Address. And speaking of technology, gosh, back in the 19th century, they barely got a picture of that because it was such a quick speech. It went so fast that we almost did not have that recorded.
Exactly. Let's go now to our Carla Sands. I was about to say RSBN's Carla Sands, but you never know, Carla. It might be that way. Let's see if she's there. Carla, you hear us?
Let's go now to our Carla Sands.
Not sure if she hears us right now. Do you hear us, Carla? I'm not sure if Carla hears us, guys. Just let us know if we can get the audio fixed up on that. And but anyway, so we're about 4 minutes now from the press briefing room. Do you hear us, Carla? You know, this reminds me of Anchorman with the Peyton Manning on the Sports Center thing a while ago. All right. Okay, well, let's give this a try here. Let's at least do one Q&A, and then we'll get ready to go to the White House there. Your thoughts again on the fact that Karoline Leavitt did such a great job on Tuesday. She gets a second go-around at it. So your thoughts about that?
Anchorman.
Hi. No, not now.
With the Peyton Manning on the Sports Center thing a while ago. All right. Okay, well, let's give this a try here. Let's at least do one.
I think watching on delay there. Okay, so obviously that's not going to work out right now at this point, but we can go back live to our live situation here. This is RSBN Live, and you know what? When it's fluid and live and it's TV, this is how it rolls sometimes. It is what it is, but at the end of the day, it's great to bring on people that are on point for our country, like Carla Sands. If you missed any of the interview from earlier, she's on at the beginning of our broadcast. But yeah, it's great to have some people like that on our network.
Oh, absolutely. People with common sense and that perspective, having been there in the room where it happens. I mean, this is great commentary that you can really find here at Right Side, the unbridled truth. And you get that really glimpse into how a successful administration gets stuff done.
Exactly. All right, let's try Carla Sands one more time. Carla, do you hear us?
I do. I hear you perfectly, Matthew. How are you guys?
Oh, we are great. It's a Friday. You know, we're looking forward to hearing from the White House press secretary. You know, 11 days in right now, it's been there's so much news going on. I mean, do you feel the difference between the last administration to this one? But also, should we be cautiously optimistic moving forward, because we still know the swamp needs to be drained?
I think we should be enthusiastically optimistic. Promises made, promises kept. President Trump told us what he would do. He has signed over 100 executive orders. I've heard 200 executive orders. I haven't looked at every single one, but the ones I have seen, like protecting children from transgender mutilation, protecting girls' sports, making sure that he has an executive order on American energy to bring down the cost of everything, and then what DOGE is doing to clean out the waste and save us our money. I'm really excited.
And Ambassador Sands, you truly served with distinction, and that was to the Kingdom of Denmark in the first administration of President Trump's. What are your thoughts with the annexation of Greenland or any of that as it develops, you know, really in the coming weeks and months here? Do you think that President Trump will be successful in order to what can really be a national security issue for the Atlantic side of our great country?
Well, I know that the Danish prime minister is running around Europe trying to get European nations to backstop her to try to protect Greenland to remain part of Denmark. But Denmark, like I've said over and over, can't afford to develop Greenland, and it can't afford to defend Greenland. And I know they say they're going to put $2 billion to Arctic security. That's great, but that's a drop in the bucket of what is needed. They're not capable as a nation of 5.5 million people of getting this done. But I'll just tell you a little story. When I was the U.S. ambassador, in the middle of January 2021, I got a call from their foreign minister. That's like their Secretary of State, like President Trump's Marco Rubio. He demarched me, and that's a fancy word for saying he called me on the carpet. And he demanded to me that I denounce President Trump. He said President Trump incited an armed insurrection that killed 5 police officers. And I was like, well, Minister, you know, the only person I saw die on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt, and that was at the hands of a Capitol police officer. And I heard President Trump say, peacefully and patriotically protest. And Minister, you never called me all of 2020 when our cities from coast to coast were burning because of Antifa and Black Lives Matter radical anarchists. burning down businesses, and actually killing people in uniform during that period. About 30 people were killed during those riots. And I said, why did you never do that? And he demanded again that I denounce President Trump. Can you imagine? So this is the government that he's now debating with on the future of Greenland. The Greenlandic people will have a referendum. I'm shocked it's coming this soon. I thought it would be decades away. But this spring, they're going to decide, do they want to go independent or remain part of Denmark? The Greenlandic people said to me, money has no color. They didn't care where investment came from. They just wanted to grow their economy and have great paying jobs. So we must, as the United States and the strongest Western power, secure Greenland on behalf of the American citizens. I support President Trump's idea to secure Greenland, however means it's necessary.
I remember seeing Trump Force One with, Don Jr. and Charlie Kirk and others in Greenland, and there were people wearing MAGA hats there in Greenland with opening their arms to the people. They definitely want to see this happen in that country.
Yes, there's a lot of people supporting President Trump, but the Danish media and Danish government is attempting to get inside the people's heads there in Greenland. And they did a poll and said, oh, Greenlanders don't want to be part of the United States, or they don't want any connection with the U.S. When, you know, if you do a poll, the words you use will determine the outcome of that poll. So Greenlanders, they want opportunity. They want to learn to speak English, not Chinese, as their second language. They want success in their mining. They want to have successful tourism. They are really hoping to have infrastructure. There's not one road between two towns in Greenland. There was one mayor that tried to build like a three-wheeler kind of road between two towns. He couldn't get Denmark or Greenland to actually support and fund that road. So it lacks all significant infrastructure when it comes to, big companies investing. It's going to be so expensive and so difficult, but nothing's impossible for the United States.
Exactly. And if you're just joining us now, this is Carla Sands with the America First Policy Institute as we await White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt in Washington. We might have to go break to that here in a second, Carla, but one more question. I'm sure Robert has some questions as well. Is the fact that you're involved with the energy sector of this country. You understand energy for the domestic policies. What is the first thing that you want to see done from the administration? And he's already signed some EOs on this, hasn't he?
He has, and he has a great team in place. So Doug Burgum, former governor, he is in charge. He's our energy czar now. So even though he's Interior Secretary, everything's going to flow through his office. And our great former executive director of our energy team at America First Policy Institute, Oliver McPherson Smith, he's going to be his right hand in getting these policies, getting everything harmonized from the different departments and agencies to turn on American energy. And what does that do? Working with our new energy secretary and interior, and now he invoked DOD as well in his executive order. I encourage people, if they're interested in energy, to read his executive order.
Can you stand by? Let's go to Washington right now. Thank you, Carla.
Thanks. No.
Good to see all of you. Happy Friday. It's great to be back with you. I want to provide an update on President Trump's actions in the wake of the catastrophic air collision that tragically claimed the lives of 67 people at Reagan National Airport on Wednesday night. Everyone in this White House continues to mourn the victims and keep their friends and families in our thoughts and prayers during this unimaginable time. First, within moments of the collision, the president and his newly appointed team were in immediate communication. The president was briefed on Wednesday evening following the crash, again on Thursday morning, and he has continued to receive updates as recovery efforts continue on the ground. The president, as you know, took time to address the nation yesterday afternoon. To deliver accountability, President Trump swiftly signed a memorandum directing an immediate assessment of the Federal Aviation Administration to ensure the federal government is maintaining the highest personnel and policy aviation safety standards. The memorandum directs the Secretary of Transportation and the FAA Administrator to immediately review all hiring decisions and changes to safety protocols made during the prior 4 years and to take all necessary corrective actions to achieve uncompromised aviation safety. The review will include a comprehensive assessment and reversal of any deterioration in hiring standards and aviation safety standards and protocols during the previous administration. Aviation safety was addressed by President Trump before this tragic collision even took place. On his second day in office, the president signed a memorandum to immediately stop Biden DEI hiring programs and return to non-discriminatory, merit-based hiring. And in 2018, during President Trump's first term, the Department of Transportation announced it would put an end at that time to use the biological questionnaire that was introduced by the Obama administration, which punished skilled applicants. President Trump has long led on the issue of aviation safety, and he will continue to do so. He will continue to deliver on the promises he made to the American people at record speed. The Senate has already confirmed 8 of President Trump's exceptional cabinet nominees, including most recently Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, as you of course know, EPA Secretary Lee Zeldin, and Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, who is scheduled to be sworn in later today. We expect the Senate to continue quickly confirming the remainder of President Trump's well-qualified nominees in the days ahead. Earlier this week in the East Room, the president proudly signed the Laken Riley Act into law, surrounded by Laken's loving parents and sister. This common-sense bipartisan law mandates the federal detention of illegal aliens who are accused of theft, burglary, assaulting a law enforcement officer, and any crime that causes death or serious bodily injury, like the animal who murdered Laken Riley in cold blood. This was the first piece of legislation President Trump proudly signed as the 47th President of the United States, and it will guarantee that Laken did not die in vain. As Laken's mother, Allison, tearfully said during the signing event, President Trump said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Laken, and he hasn't. He's a man of his word, and we trust that he will fight for the American people. Those are the words of Laken's mother, and we will never forget them. So to help lock up even more criminal illegal aliens, President Trump signed a memorandum this week to detain them at Guantanamo Bay. This action will expand the Migrant Operations Center at Naval Station Guantanamo Bay to full capacity to provide critical extra detention space for high-priority criminal illegals. Our brave ICE agents continue to arrest more and more of these types of individuals every day in communities across our country. And I have more updates for you. On January 27, 2025, ICE Chicago arrested a citizen of Guatemala who has been convicted of solicitation to meet a child, disturbing, and sentenced to 24 months probation. On January 28, 2025, ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of South Korea who has been convicted of 9 counts of possession or control of material depicting minors in sexually explicit conduct. On January 28th, ICE New York arrested a Mexican national previously charged by the state of New York for attempted murder and possession of a weapon and assault. And on January 28th, ICE Philly arrested a citizen of Mexico who has been convicted of possession of child pornography. Our message is simple. If you are a criminal illegal alien, you will be arrested and deported. On another important matter, the nation's report card was released this week, and the news is not good. It showed that U.S. students had record low reading comprehension scores last year. It's National School Choice Week, and in part of the president's commitment to education, he just left a roundtable in the Roosevelt Room focused on this issue with leaders from across the country. The national report card showed that 70% of 8th graders were below proficient in reading, and 40% of 4th graders did not even meet the basic reading levels. This is completely unacceptable to the president, and he continues to take aggressive actions to address this education problem in our country. He signed an executive order this week prohibiting federal funding of the indoctrination of our children, including radical gender ideology and critical race theory in the classroom. The president believes American education should focus on cultivating patriotic citizens who are ready for the workforce. And this action will help get schools back on track and defend fundamental parental rights and education. The president also signed a school choice executive order expanding educational freedom and opportunity for families. And in lighter news, but in exciting news, after announcing our briefing room changes on Wednesday, this White House has received more than 10,000 submissions from individuals across the country who are eager to join all of you. We might have to make this room a little bit bigger to do that, who want to participate in our new media seat at a future briefing. So in this seat today, we have the Ruthless podcast. They humbly started by entertaining small audiences on Capitol Hill, but after 4 years, this program has become one of the most influential podcasts in America. They previously reached #1 on the charts and earned over 25 million downloads as they deliver political news with a humorous touch. The hosts are Josh Holmes, Michael Duncan, Comfortably Smug, and the man joining us today, John Ashbrook. So with that, I will take your questions. John, please kick us off.
Thank you very much. You know, Karoline, in your first briefing, the media went after this administration for deporting illegal immigrants they claimed were not criminals.
That's
The
right.
question is, do you think they're out of touch with Americans demanding action on our border crisis?
The media out of touch? I think the media certainly is out of touch, and I think that's proven by a number of things, John. Number one, there was a New York Times poll that was released prior to President Trump's inauguration by the New York Times, which of course is a legacy media outlet, that showed that 83% of Americans support deporting the individuals that you mentioned, illegal immigrant criminals, especially those who have committed heinous crimes in the interior of our country. And I received a very actually interesting statistic on this front from ICE this week. 97% of the deportations that this administration has made thus far are of individuals who had a removal order from the previous administration, but were never removed from the interior of our country. So this shows that the previous administration was actually defying our laws, and all this administration is doing is simply following the laws, the immigration laws of this great country. Thanks for the question, John. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, great. Peter.
Thanks, Caroline. If President Trump is telling us that air traffic control towers are staffed with unqualified controllers, these DEI hires who never should have been brought on, then it's not safe to fly commercially, is it?
The president was asked and answered this yesterday, and he believes that it is still indeed safe, and Americans should feel safe traveling our skies. With that said, two things can be true at the same time, and we certainly have seen the deterioration of federal hiring standards at the Federal Aviation Administration, and the president wants to increase those standards. He wants pilots in this country who have the great responsibility of flying American citizens by the tens of millions every single day to be chosen for that position based on their merit and their skills. And so the administration will continue to prioritize this.
Was the air traffic controller in the DCA tower on Wednesday night hired or not fired at some point because of his or her race?
That investigation is ongoing. And so when we have updates on the exact individuals who were involved in the collision, including the air traffic controller, also the pilots of the helicopter and others, we will confirm those. I don't want to confirm names from this podium today. We're not in a position to do that. But I will say the president has still rightfully pointed out that there has been problems with the aviation industry over the past several years. And this started under Barack Obama in 2014.
And when the president says on Truth Social, the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high by a lot, it was far above the 200-foot limit, that's not really too complicated to understand, is it? Is he suggesting a helicopter malfunction or a crew error or a crew doing this intentionally?
No, the president is simply stating what he said in that Truth Social post, which is that the helicopter was flying higher than it should have been, which is one of the reasons that led to this collision. And the other reasons for that are still being investigated, and I will let that investigation play out. Kelly.
Some of our colleagues have obtained a memo from the Defense Intelligence Agency that talks about not holding any activities or programming related to Black History Month to be in line with the president's views on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Does the president plan to have a proclamation about Black History Month? In his first term, each of the 4 years of his term, he did so and called on those in government to have programming activities and celebrations. Is he going to do that this year?
Yeah, the president looks forward to signing a proclamation celebrating Black History Month. I actually spoke with our great staff secretary. It's in the works of being approved, and it's going to be ready for the president's signature to signify the beginning of that tomorrow.
If an agency is calling off those kinds of activities in an attempt to be in alignment with the president's views on DEI and other things, should they adjust that now and have those programs and make those celebrations however they see fit in the office?
The president is leading here at the White House, and I'll leave it to the proclamation that he will sign very soon. Mary, great to see you.
Thanks for having us. So I wanted to follow up on the gender executive orders you mentioned. First of all, we know that President Trump has taken a bunch of steps to protect children from irreversible transgender procedures. Is he interested in backing congressional legislation on this point? And does the Trump administration have interest in investigating doctors who perform these irreversible procedures on kids, such as a double vasectomy on a minor girl?
Well, the president has already taken a very strong stance on this issue this week with the signing of his executive order, a few executive orders in this space. First, he made it the official policy of the federal government that there are only two sexes, male and female, and we have directed all federal agencies to comply with that policy. As for congressional legislation to support the president's agenda in this space, and certainly ending the mutilation of young children, the chemical castration of young children, which is a barbaric practice that the vast majority of Americans do not support for young minor children. Certainly the president would support Congress's efforts, as he has already made that very clear this week. Jennifer.
On Rick Grinnell's trip to Venezuela to meet with Nicolas Maduro, is there anything you can share on timing on that, what his agenda is, what the mission of that trip is?
Yes, so I can confirm that Rick Grinnell is in Venezuela today. I can confirm that Rick Grinnell is going to Venezuela, or is in Venezuela, with two immediate directives from the President of the United States. Number one, Rick Grinnell has been instructed to identify a place and ensure that repatriation flights of Tren de Aragua members, Venezuelan nationals who have broken our nation's laws, will land in Venezuela. As I said at this podium a few days ago, we expect every nation on this planet to cooperate with the repatriation of our citizens, and so Rick Grinnell is in Venezuela to ensure that can continue. And number two, Rick Grinnell is in Venezuela to ensure that all U.S. detainees in Venezuela are returned home. That's his mission, and I will provide a readout after this trip.
On Bob Menendez, can you tell us if anyone has approached the White House or the president about a pardon or a commutation?
I have not been part of those discussions. If they have, I am not sure if they have, but I won't speculate on potential pardons that may or may not happen. To my awareness, the answer is no. Justin.
Hey, friends at Reuters are reporting that the president has made a decision on the Canada and Mexico tariffs, but that they won't actually be implemented until March 1st. I was wondering if you could confirm that and talk through some of the president's thinking there.
I saw that report, and it is false. I was just with the president in the Oval Office, and I can confirm that tomorrow, the February 1st deadline that President Trump put into place at a statement several weeks ago, continues. The president will be implementing tomorrow a 25% tariffs on Mexico, 25% tariffs on Canada, and a 10% tariff on China for the illegal fentanyl that they have sourced and allowed to distribute into our country, which has killed tens of millions of Americans. These are promises made and promises kept by the president.
The president yesterday said that last night he was planning to discuss whether an exemption would be made on oil imports. Do you have any information on what decision he made there, or will there be exemptions at all offered under this?
I don't have an update or readout for you on the exemptions, but those tariffs will be for public consumption in about 24 hours tomorrow, so you can read them then. Stephen Nelson.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I have three questions, if that's all right. I'd like to ask you about press freedom and then about two economic matters.
Sure.
On press freedom, on Tuesday you announced plans to roll back the more restrictive press badge policy of the Biden White House. But there's a different anti-press freedom policy I wanted to ask about. The Biden White House adopted a mysterious pre-screening process for journalists allowed into large event spaces that in the pre-pandemic phase of the first Trump term were open to all journalists on campus. This effectively limited the diversity of reporters present and blocked the asking of questions that large segments of the American public wanted answered. As press secretary, can you commit to abolishing this mysterious pre-screening process?
There were a lot of mysterious processes that my team and I have had to unravel over the past 2 weeks that were implemented by the previous White House, and in particular the previous press shop here. And so I can commit to a greater access and transparency, which I believe we already have by ensuring that the 440 journalists whose credentials were revoked will be reinstalled. They will get their credentials if they wish to. We've also, of course, opened up a new seat to new media. And as far as open press events here at the White House, if we tell you it's open press, it's open press.
So just to confirm, this pre-screening thing is something you're aware of and you'll work to undo to the maximum extent possible.
When we say something is open press, it will mean it's open press.
Economic matters, and I can just ask them both at once for you. In New York City, Governor Hochul's congestion pricing went into effect this month. Vehicles that drive through parts of Manhattan have to pay a $9 toll. President Trump has made clear his opposition. He said that it's, quote, the most progressive tax known to womankind. Will the administration be trying to block this? And the second question is, millions and maybe tens of millions of Americans who voted for President Trump were excited about his plans to do away with taxes on tips, overtime, Social Security benefits. But there's uncertainty about the timing of this. So can you clarify for them when this is going to happen? And does President Trump want this to be in the first, all three of those in the first batch of legislation early this year?
Well, to answer your question in one swoop, I will say that President Trump is committed to lowering taxes for Americans, cutting taxes for Americans. As for congestion pricing in New York, I do know that the president spoke with Governor Hochul about that. I don't have any, actions, so to speak, to read out for you on that issue today. Number two, when it comes to no taxes on tips and Social Security, the president has made it very clear to our allies on Capitol Hill that is a critical piece of this reconciliation package, and he expects that his tax cuts from 2017, which put a lot more money back into the American people's pockets, those must be implemented, and no tax on tips. The president is intent on delivering on that promise, and he will get it done.
Overtime also as part of reconciliation?
Yes. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. Can you guarantee that those tariffs won't increase prices for Americans, including at the gas pump and the grocery store?
I think Americans who are concerned about increased prices should look at what President Trump did in his first term. He effectively implemented tariffs, and the average inflation rate during the first Trump administration was 1.9%. In fact, when President Trump left office, it was 1.4%. So President Trump is going to do everything he possibly can to cut the inflation crisis that the previous administration imposed on the American people, and he will continue to effectively utilize tariffs.
If those tariffs do increase prices for Americans, will the administration reverse them?
That's a hypothetical question, and the president is intent on ensuring that he effectively implements tariffs while cutting inflation and costs for the American people. And, the media has this way of just looking at everything in a microscope rather than looking at the whole of government economic approach that this president is taking. He will effectively implement tariffs. He's also, as I just answered from Stephen's question, committed to tax cuts. He's also clearly committed, as evidenced by his executive orders, to unleashing the might of our energy industry, which we know will eventually drive down inflation. And all the other economic measures that this president has made will have a Trump incoming economic boom, just like we saw in our first term.
And has the White House found any
Fox Business?
Yeah,
Yes.
thanks, Caroline.
You're welcome.
Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, said today that if the U.S. imposes tariffs, he will respond and he will not relent until the tariffs are removed. Are we seeing the start of a trade war with Canada?
I don't think so. I think the president is going to implement those tariffs tomorrow, and he will respond to Mr. Trudeau's comments in due time, I am sure.
What type of things have to happen? What does the administration need to see in order to avoid those tariffs?
Well, the tariffs are incoming tomorrow on Canada, and the reason for that is because both Canada and Mexico have allowed an unprecedented invasion of illegal fentanyl that is killing American citizens and also illegal immigrants into our country. In fact, I have more language for you right here. Canada, Mexico, and China, which, as I mentioned, President Trump will implement a 10% tariff on China, have all enabled illegal drugs to pour into America. The amount of fentanyl that has been seized at the southern border in the last 2 years alone has the potential to kill tens of millions of Americans. And so the president is intent on doing this, and I think Justin Trudeau would be wise to talk to President Trump directly before pushing outlandish comments like that to the media.
If I may, one more.
Yes, Lindsay.
Go back to the plane crash for one. Let me go back to the plane crash for just 1 second.
You're interrupting your colleague, but sure.
Sorry, I thought you called on me. Just
I called on Lindsay.
The president this morning said the Black Hawk helicopter was flying too high. I'm wondering if he's basing that on what he learned from investigators, and if you could offer a little bit more of a window into how he is keeping abreast of this investigation.
Sure.
Is the NTSB briefing him separately? Is he meeting in the Situation Room? You just sort of offer a window into that.
Yeah, the president based that statement on truth, because it is truth and it's fact, and it was relayed to him by the authorities who are overseeing the investigation into this horrific plane collision. And the president, as I said in my opening remarks, continues to be briefed on the collision by everybody across his cabinet, the Secretary of Transportation, the Secretary of Defense, the NTSB, who the commissioner there was in the Oval Office with him yesterday. Lindsay. Lindsay, go ahead. Lindsay, go ahead.
In recent days, the CIA actually revealed that they do also believe that COVID-19 was from a lab leak in Wuhan, China. How is the president planning on responding to this additional intel from the CIA, and will it impact how he responds to them with tariffs?
Yeah, kudos to John Ratcliffe for revealing that truth and that fact to the American people. Many years too late, the Biden administration had a chance to let the American people know the truth about that, and for some reason, they chose not to. I also would just like to point out that several years ago, when I was working in this press shop and President Trump would take to this podium to brief the American people on COVID-19, he suggested that COVID very well may have came from a lab in Wuhan, China. And many members in this very room mocked him for that, said he was spewing conspiracy theories. He was not. We now know that to be the confirmable truth. It took many years for it to come out, but the president was right in this instance again. Sure.
Karoline, thank you. I wanted to ask about Secretary Rubio's trip to Panama first. Sure. What did the conversations look like with President Trump on that? The president of Panama says it is, quote, impossible to negotiate over the canal. So what are you expecting from this visit?
So I have not been present for Secretary Rubio's conversations with President Trump about the Panama Canal. I have been present for President Trump's own thoughts on the Panama Canal, and you've all seen them as well in his public statements that he has shown. He believes it's unacceptable that the canal is essentially run by the Chinese Communist Party. If you look at both ends of the canal, massive Chinese Communist Party linked companies run the canal. That's unfair to the American people, many of whom lost their lives many years ago building this canal. The American taxpayers are paying millions of dollars for the canal, and the president believes it's in our national interest as a nation for Secretary Rubio to go there and begin these discussions, and that's exactly why he's doing that. Sure.
Thank you very much, Karoline. Is the United States in the process of pulling out of Syria militarily? Because the president wanted to do that in his first term as well, and he had a lot of pushback from the Pentagon and Congress. And based on what he said yesterday, is he considering doing that in a short time?
The president was asked and answered this question yesterday, and he, as the commander-in-chief of the United States military, reserves the right to review troop deployments overseas at any point in time.
Is that a topic right now?
Yes.
Thank you. Two questions. So we now know that the staffing was not normal at the air traffic tower, and so with the government freezing the hiring of new federal workers and offering buyouts, are you not afraid that more incidents of different kind could happen with less staffing in different agencies?
Well, the president is intent on ensuring that we are increasing staffing at these agencies, and that's why he signed a very strong executive order on his second day in office, immediately terminating DEI hiring practices at the FAA. He also, following the tragic crash, as you all know, in the Oval Office yesterday, signed a memorandum directing an immediate assessment of the FAA to ensure the federal government is maintaining the highest personnel and aviation safety standards. And I would also just say there's a cultural piece to this as well. If you are an American who has spent many years studying aviation, and you graduate from school and you're an air traffic controller based on skill and merit, and then you apply for a job and you're forced to fill out a biographical questionnaire asking you the color of your skin and asking you where you're from in details that aren't relevant at all to the job description, I think that deteriorates the morale of people in this industry. And if you talk to people in this industry, they'll tell you that. In fact, many of them filed a lawsuit against the FAA a couple of years ago under Joe Biden's administration because they were denied positions because of this DEI hiring practice that was putting identity politics over merit and skills. That's unacceptable. And I think just to put a fine point on this, because this is the third or fourth question I've answered on this subject, When you are flying on an airplane with your loved ones, which every one of us in this room has, do you pray that your plane lands safely and gets you to your destination, or do you pray that the pilot has a certain skin color? I think we all know the answer to that question, and as President Trump said yesterday, it's common sense. Rob Crilly.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up on that last question, actually. Has there been any sort of assurance from the FAA that they will immediately improve staffing levels, given the reports of not normal staffing levels on Wednesday?
Oh, absolutely. You had Secretary Duffy here yesterday at the White House at this podium saying that he is on it, and we can all trust that he definitely will be. John Decker.
Thanks a lot, Carol. You called on me, right?
Yes, I did.
Thank you very much.
As long as your name's still John Decker.
It is. Absolutely. Thank you. The president's meeting today with the founder and CEO of NVIDIA. What is that meeting concerning, and who sought that meeting?
I don't have details on this. It's a private meeting. It will take place at 2:30 p.m. I'll try to get there in time, and I can let you know after. How's that?
On Guantanamo Bay, can you give more details about setting up that detention facility at Gitmo? How will that come about? What's the timing in terms of standing it up? And of course, this has happened before during the Clinton administration.
Yeah, that's right.
Detainees of Cuban and Haitian descent were both detained at Guantanamo. Are you looking at that model in setting up this detention facility?
Secretary Hegseth, I believe, was on television this morning answering this question, and he said that the Department of Defense is already on it. He has directed his agency to ensure that Gitmo is increasing their capacity for beds, and that's exactly what President Trump's executive order did. It directed Secretary Hegseth and also Secretary Noem to expand the Migrant Operations Center at the Naval Station to provide for this extra detention space. And as Secretary Hegseth confirmed this morning, that operation is underway. Sure.
Caroline, on the tariffs, can you clarify whether those will actually be going into effect tomorrow, or
Yes.
whether there might be some lead time?
Yes.
And are those, they will be going into effect tomorrow?
Correct.
And are those meant to be in place long term, or is there a scenario in which Canada, Mexico, and China can offer concessions and then they would be removed?
At this point, the president has made it very clear those tariffs are going to be implemented and in effect. If the president at any time decides to roll back those tariffs, I'll leave it to him to make that decision. But starting tomorrow, those tariffs will be in place. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yes.
Can you confirm a report by our friends at the Daily Mail that the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is going to be visiting the White House in February? And also, if I may, do you have any more details on Netanyahu's visit here next week?
Sure. I have not seen that report about the Prime Minister. I can go check back with our friends at the National Security Council and get back to you on that. I can confirm that Prime Minister Netanyahu will be here on Tuesday, February 4th, for a working meeting and visit with the President. And I'm sure you will all be here, very excited to cover that visit. Sure. Daniel.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome.
Back on the Guantanamo Bay subject specifically, obviously, why does the president feel like that's the best location or a good location to make sure that Americans are safe from violent, illegal migrant crime?
Well, it's a really good question, and the memorandum that he signed, the order that he signed, builds on his previous executive actions, obviously, to secure our southern border and deport illegal criminals from the interior of our country. We know that we have an issue with detention space here in the interior, which is a big reason why Congress needs to pass this reconciliation package as quickly as possible to ensure that DHS and ICE have the funding they need to detain these individuals that the administration is very swiftly rounding up and deporting, arresting and deporting these illegal immigrant criminals. And so the president feels it's an appropriate place. Taxpayers are already funding it. The space is there. Why not use it? And the Secretary of Defense, as I said, is working on that as we speak. Sure. Yes.
Thank you so much for having me here answering a question. So I want to talk more about the success that ICE is having finding these violent criminal aliens, some of them being sexual predators. But my friend Ben Bergquam reports that the Chicago mayor and the Illinois governor are preventing ICE agents from going into jails and prisons to enforce detainers against illegal aliens. In Maryland, the Attorney General has also put out a memo hindering local police cooperation with ICE. Does the administration have any comment on leftist state and local officials defying ICE and Trump's deportation efforts?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that Democrat officials in these cities who have been completely overrun and overwhelmed by illegal immigrant criminals would refuse support and help to cure this problem that has especially taken over their cities. I guess they don't want to admit they've been wrong with their sanctuary city policies. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask them about their intentions. But they would be very wise to comply with this administration, because this administration is hell-bent on enforcing our nation's immigration laws. And this administration will continue to arrest and detain and deport illegal migrant criminals. And what we won't do is defy our nation's immigration laws like the previous administration, who had these orders of removal on illegal immigrants across the country and were refusing to execute on them. We will continue to remove illegal criminals from our nation's interior.
Are these sanctuary city leaders, are they violating the law?
I would certainly think so. I'd have to check back on which specific law they're violating, but certainly if they're not enforcing our nation's immigration law, sounds like they are breaking the law. And I would also add that their constituents don't approve of that. You've seen residents in Chicago show up at their city council meetings infuriated with their leadership in that city because they are working very hard to provide for their families. They want public safety and law and order, and their officials have abandoned those very basic American principles in these cities. And the American people want law and order. It's, again, an overwhelmingly popular policy to deport illegal criminals from our nation's interior, and this administration will continue to affect that goal. Sure.
A question on Colombia. We just interviewed Colombian President Gustavo Petro, and he insisted that he's not going to take any Colombian deportee from the U.S. if they arrive in South America handcuffed. How this administration responds to that?
When did the Colombian president make those remarks?
Today, during an interview with us at Univision.
Well, I will share those with the President of the United States, and I will get back to you on his response.
What happens if Nicolas Maduro? Caroline, there are more than 150,000 disabled Americans who are working today. The president talked a lot yesterday about hiring the best and the brightest to work in the federal government. Safety aside, does he believe that disabled people do have a place to work in the federal government? And does he also support the current protections for disabled people working in the private sector as well?
The president has made it very clear that this is a common sense solution to solving some of the problems that we have seen at the Federal Aviation Administration, and also when it comes to many of the federal agencies across our government. People should not be hired based on their disabilities, based on their skin color, their gender, their race. None of that matters. What matters to this president and this administration is how well you can do your job, and the American people agree with that sentiment. So it's about competence, skill, and merit. And so the president is focused on ensuring that the most competent individuals, the best and the brightest in this country, are in positions in this federal government, especially when it comes to public safety. Can't overemphasize the importance of those jobs. Sure.
On her question before, President Trump is holding China accountable on fentanyl by ramping up tariffs. So how is President Trump planning to hold China accountable on COVID origins?
I haven't spoken to the president about the COVID origins specifically in regards to any actions he may or may not take when it comes to China. But as I have previewed quite a few times today, he will be implementing a 10% tariff on China tomorrow. Sure. Hi.
Has the president made up his mind about a timeline for tariffs on the EU?
No, he has not.
And will it be a one-size-fit-all, or will it be differentiated among governments?
I won't get ahead of the president on tariffs when it comes to the European Union. What I can tell you, again, is that the president will be implementing 25% on Canada, 25% on Mexico, 10% on China tomorrow for the reasons that I have repeatedly laid out in this briefing. Newsmax, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you so much.
No, the gentleman behind you.
James Rose.
Yes, James. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Two quick questions on foreign policy, and then one very long and tedious and ponderous Rosen question thereafter. First, on Iran, we've heard very little about the president's forthcoming Iran policy besides his determination to prevent that nation from achieving a nuclear weapons capability. Is it the president's objective, short of the use of U.S. military force, to use the broad array of his powers to try to hasten the end of the Iranian regime?
think the president has actually made his position on Iran very clear, and he made that clear when there were the negotiations about the ceasefire, which we know obviously is now in place, and the deadline on that ceasefire has continued. He said that Hamas and Iranian-backed terrorists would have hell to pay if that ceasefire didn't move forward, and then quickly thereafter it did. I also do have news on the hostage front, which I'm very surprised nobody asked about this because it is big news story, and the White House applauds the release of 8 additional hostages from Hamas captivity, thanks to the ceasefire deal secured by President Trump. 3 Israeli and 5 Thai nationals are being reunited with their families and their loved ones after being held in unspeakable conditions for over 15 months. And the president remains committed to the release of all remaining hostages, and they should have never been taken by the brutal terrorist group Hamas in the first place. And I think President Trump's working meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister next week emphasizes his continued support for Israel and ensuring that brutal terrorists in that region have hell to pay. Sure.
Can I just finish the other 2 questions?
Sure.
I know you want the long, ponderous Rosen one. But first, on the Grinnell trip, as you know, under the previous administration, the U.S. recognized the opposition candidate in last year's elections, Edmundo Gonzalez, now exiled, as the legitimate president of Venezuela. Does the president's dispatching of Ambassador Grinnell to negotiate directly with President Maduro today mean that the U.S. now officially recognizes President Maduro as the legitimate president of Venezuela?
Absolutely not. As I made it very clear, former ambassador and now special envoy Rick Grinnell is going to Venezuela with 2 very clear directives. Make sure that Tren de Aragua members, of which there are 400 currently in custody, are repatriated back to Venezuela, and that all United States detainees return home. Thank you very much, guys.
Just on the president's use of language in this room yesterday,
Sure.
and without seeking to cast myself as some kind of moral exemplar because it's rather late in the day to try. Nonetheless, this was an event yesterday that began with a moment of silence for the victims of the air crash and the president's own invocation of, quote, a loving God. And then he uncorked that expletive to insult a former cabinet officer. It was the same expletive that I saw him use in the East Room in 2020 when he famously held up the Trump acquitted headline. My question is, if you could shed any light for us on how the president perceives his use of public profanity, which is a practice that certainly sets him apart from all of his predecessors. Does he regard it as an effective communications device, part of his appeal, or is it something that he lapses into inadvertently, perhaps in times of frustration and later regrets?
I think one of the things that the American people love most about this president is that he often says what they are thinking, but sometimes lack the courage to say themselves. And I think yesterday at this podium, you heard President Trump express great frustration, perhaps even anger, with the previous administration's policies, many of which have led to the crises that our country is currently facing and that this president is focused on fixing. Thank you guys very much. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next week.
Doing a great job there. Once again, another Grand Slam home run, as you saw there, Robert. Your thoughts?
Oh, it was outstanding. And the way she's able to, bring up excellent points, too, with the release of more hostages. Surprised that question was not asked. And, of course, the highlights of these new tariffs announced as well against the United States, or against Canada and Mexico on behalf of the United States. And we know Rick Grinnell to Venezuela to set things straight with that government regarding the migrants who have been flooding into the United States. It will be very interesting to see the reports when he returns stateside in the coming days.
Exactly. So let's go now to John Strand, who's joining us live, of course, with America Frontline Doctors, former J6er, who, of course, served 366 days in jail. But you know what? A nonviolent offender, and glad to be out, and glad that President Trump also pardoned many J6ers. Sir, your thoughts just about the president over the past 11 days. He's only been in office for 11 days.
Yeah, Matthew, thank you for having me on, and what a bang, right? It's really remarkable to see the effects of the common sense revolution, as President Trump likes to say, but he's not just talking about it, he's doing it. So it's almost easier to talk about what he hasn't yet done than what he has, because he's done a lot. It's really incredible just to see this reset. It's very exciting, but it just reminds me that we all have a part to play to kind of put our faith into action. And when we do that, we're going to continue winning. And I'm still not tired of winning yet. So.
And sir, what are some of your thoughts regarding the potential reformation of the intelligence community? We have Kash Patel, who's up for the nomination for FBI Director, Pam Bondi at the DOJ as the next Attorney General. And of course, you have Tulsi Gabbard over at the DNI, of Director of National Intelligence. So we saw how things were weaponized against you and the American people in the last administration. What are some of the biggest reforms you're looking most forward to in this new second Trump term?
I mean, nothing could be more important, honestly. We cannot sustain our constitutional republic if we do not have trust in foundational institutions like the Department of Justice, for goodness sakes. So getting Pam Bondi and Kash Patel particularly confirmed and in the office to get to work, they need to roll up their sleeves and dig into the dirty remains of what the last administration, the Biden regime, was inflicting on American citizens like myself and many others. So I'm looking specifically for Kash Patel to dig headlong into the January 6th Fedsurrection event. This has very important implications beyond the 1,600 plus people and their families who have been devastated by it. If your government can use its authority and its bureaucratic processes and its fearsome power to target people it doesn't like, we're all in very grave danger. And we still don't have a clear picture of what really happened. I still see people at these hearings raising all these objections about a false dichotomy between violent and nonviolent, when there's clear evidence that a lot of the violence was facilitated and instigated by government actors. So we're still not having a really honest conversation about this, and it's incredibly necessary and important that we do so.
Exactly. Now let's talk about some of the executive orders we've seen signed time and time again by President Trump in just the past 11 days. Can you believe it still, John, that it's only been 11 days that he's been president?
It is almost hard to believe, but you know what? I'm not surprised. That's President Trump. He gets stuff done. That's what he promised to do, and when you give him a chance, he delivers on his promises, so he's doing it again. The executive order ending weaponization of government is huge. We need to really press into that one. The executive order ending censorship is incredibly important. The executive order really targeting the radical trans ideology that is used to literally chop body parts off of vulnerable kids. It's shocking that our country has even gotten to this point, but we need to be honest about that. At America's Frontline Doctors, we just launched the Trans Predator Watch List. You can go to x.com, or actually you can go to medicalmutilation.org. Or to the AFLDS profile on X, and you'll see the Trans Predator Watch List. We're going to be naming and shaming any radical persons who continue to try to weaponize medicine and science against vulnerable children and patients in this totally barbaric fashion. So that was an incredibly important executive order as well, and there are so many. So keep them coming, President Trump.
Yeah, exactly. And we will have that, to your point, great point, John, that coming up at 3 o'clock Eastern time, we will see the president once again in the Oval Office signing more executive orders. Let's talk about the southern border, the fact that we have the military there, the Army, the Marines. There are 4,100 troops at the southern border. We also have some video from the Department of Defense sent to us here at Right Side. Talk to us about just the fact that we see our troops down at the southern border, and President Trump said this is a national emergency at the border.
I mean, it clearly is. People are now familiar with Laken Riley and other named victims that have been brutally raped and murdered by illegal immigrant criminals. But those represent many, many, many stories around the country of people. Every state now is a border state, and that's true. People are deeply affected by this. There is no more basic, fundamental responsibility of the government than to protect its citizens from foreign invaders. This is very basic, and we've let go of basic things for so long, so it's a bit jarring to some people. It's almost shocking to see, oh my God, the military at the border. I mean, the military is supposed to be there to protect citizens from foreign invaders, so it's incredibly appropriate at this point. And I'm just really glad to see, again, President Trump delivering on promises made and promises kept. And he's going to get this border shut down and under control. And it's a godsend for the country, to be honest.
And is there any legal ramifications for what took place in the last administration? You think of the violation of the Bill of Rights, I mean, specifically the Sixth Amendment, where so many people in your situation, sir, did not have access to a speedy trial, in some cases not having access to an attorney, or in the case of the medical mutilation. Is there some way to hold people accountable for really their crimes and what they've done to their fellow citizens?
Great question. And the answer is yes, there absolutely is a way. Bottom line, the answer is that every one of us as a citizen has to acknowledge our duty and obligation as a citizen to participate in this process. Specifically to your question about J6, the list is long. The dirty laundry list of constitutional violations and misconduct by the government at various levels, prosecutors, the DC judges were egregious. It's vile what they did. We are really committed to enlightening and educating the American public and the world about what happened. So I urge everyone to register and support wearej6.com. We're going to be collecting and sharing stories of the victims. We're going to be advancing initiatives to bring accountability to prosecutors and rogue judges, as well as restitution for people that have been destroyed beyond what most people can even comprehend. It's really important to do the right thing by these people, but it's also really important that we have a national reckoning with what happened with January 6th and also the general weaponization of the DOJ and the government at large. Like you mentioned, the Biden administration was egregious in so many ways. But we got to reckon with that. We got to make it right. And we got to restore our constitutional public legitimately.
I mean, 100%. We were going so woke here in this nation, and also with the weak policies that fail 100% of the time. And to have someone that has so much common sense is great for all three of us right here on TV right now, but everybody that's watching and everybody across this land who doesn't want to be safe, who doesn't want to be healthier or have their freedoms back. You know, those constitutional rights that were so infringed upon you, sir, for a nonviolent situation you were actually with the American frontline doctors, weren't you, on J6? I mean, you're just...
I was literally in Washington, D.C. doing my job. I'm the creative director at Frontline Doctors and at goldcare.com. We were scheduled to be there to speak alongside of Congress people. People can watch the video of government surveillance footage, so you don't have to take my word for it. It's a 14-minute video at johnstrand.com, and you can watch what happened. It's insane that they put me in prison. But what's exciting is that I was just legally exonerated. The DOJ vacated all the charges. So I'm actually completely free and clear. I won my appeal that I was pressing because of the restoration of the justice system. So I'm exonerated. President Trump's pardon and acknowledgement that all the January 6 cases were tainted by Sixth Amendment due process violations and others is also incredibly true and important to understand, that those people have been exonerated, and now the tables need to turn. We need to review the weaponized DOJ and weaponized government in general, hold bad actors accountable, but every one of us has to be involved. I mean, primary elections are essential. These conversations that we continue to have day in and day out on television, on X, every medium that you can find to represent your voice and participate in the conversation, we all have a role to play.
So exciting, and really, doesn't it unite us with our founding fathers and their vision? There was a tyrannical government that overtook the colonies, and really you saw atrocities of people being murdered and jailed for endless periods of time. And that's why they wrote the Bill of Rights in the first place, to make sure that these rights ordained by God would not be trampled upon. So truly, sir, it's in a sense, you have this connection with our founding fathers and the patriots from centuries ago.
Absolutely. It's why I called my book Patriot Plea. I refused the plea deal, but what I'm really calling to Americans is it's a plea to revive patriotism in our country. What does that mean? I look at it in the book that I wrote, but essentially, as citizens, we have such an incredible privilege that we are governed by ourselves. That is what God intended. We are, as human beings, we're divinely designed to be sovereign individuals. So democratic form of governance was issued and given to us by God, but that involves responsibility. You cannot govern yourself if you don't take care of business. So it's very encouraging to see President Trump taking care of business, shipshape real fast, hard and furious. But all of us have to step up to the plate in our various roles and deliver in that sense as well. We have an incredibly important opportunity and obligation, and I'm excited about encouraging folks to lean into that and to restore this great nation.
One more question, John, before we let you go as we approach the top of the hour here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is RSBN Live. Again, this is John Strand joining us, Robert McNeely and Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for streaming in to our coverage. Now, John, I'm going to put you on a spot kind of here and not to get too speculative about this, but the situation on Wednesday with the American Airlines flight and the helicopter, the Black Hawk helicopter, we've seen the videos. It's a direct hit. What happened there, right? President Trump talking about on Truth that the helicopter could have gone up or down or something was wrong. Something went wrong there. He brought a lot of options to the table at the press briefing recently. First, we would say, of course, our heartfelt condolences to the 67 people that lost their lives suddenly that day. And so there's that compassion and that sincereness there. But there's also that question of how the heck did this happen, And there's a lot of different theories out there. What are some of your thoughts about what the heck happened?
Well, my main thought is that it's so important for the government to be transparent. And we've lost that for so long. So I think immediately, just the immediate access, the president came to the podium. Karoline Leavitt, the press secretary, has been incredibly articulate and clear and legitimate in her communications. So that's step one, is just being real. I don't, of course, have any real idea of what happened. I've seen the video. It looks insane to me. And President Trump had some common sense observations about the fact that it is true that we have decimated standards in government agencies, generally speaking, and including in the FAA. And that is a very dangerous and potentially deadly game to be playing. So we need to address that as well. But yeah, we should have an investigation and try to find the truth as best as we can. But we just need to be open and honest about it, and transparent in those findings. So I'm glad to see that, and I want to see that continue.
John Strand with American Frontline Doctors. Sir, thank you again for joining us on Right Side. We'll see you again here soon.
It's always a pleasure to be with you guys, and God bless you, and God bless the USA.
Amen. God bless you, sir. So John Strand, obviously very well spoken, a great guy there, for our country, for our freedoms, part of we the people, and that's what's awesome about it. It's that free world, it's the free world versus those few that would want to take away those freedoms. So it's just great to see John doing such an awesome job there. And we're live right now. We're looking at the White House, of course. We just saw that press briefing, and we will go to the White House once again in just a bit, as we know that President Trump will sign more executive orders.
Yes, and to your point, Matthew, those who were in solitary confinement, those who did not receive a speedy trial, and who were disparaged, all that is erased. Thankful to Donald Trump, the 47th President of the United States, but also the vision of our founders. For when vain people walk the halls of Congress or even the White House at the highest levels, this can all be fixed. And to John's point with Patriot Plea, his wonderful book, what courage it would take to stand in the face of evil. It reminds me of really being biblical in a sense when you think of Paul's writings, because so many of those writings are while he's in prison as well, preaching the hope of salvation, and in this way defending those valuable patriotic principles that have made this the constitutional republic that it has been to stand the test of time for nearly 250 years. So truly, that's why so many people are passionate about January 20th. This is truly Liberation Day, and the last 11 days following, common sense being brought back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
And in prior interviews with John Strand, he was saying it was God and grit. That was the conversation that got him through so many things. And thanks be to God for his power, his greatness, his presence in this land and around the world, as we do see that this is a whole thing of light versus darkness. That's just calling it as it is. Those are the facts. We know that to be true. And the fruits of people's labor, and maybe even just the way they come across sometimes. sure, if somebody has a bad day, that's part of the way it goes. But, you know, just the other day when Kash Patel was sitting there doing a great job as he may become the FBI director, of course, we saw a few on the Democrat leadership side with such hate towards Kash, you know, and it's like there's something going on more than just that you don't like his policy, you know what I mean?
Well, and Marsha Blackburn brought it up during her line of questioning, simply saying, what are they afraid of? You know, what my Democrat colleagues, my friends, why are you speaking over the witness? And that's another thing that no one should be disparaged like that, either as a witness or as a nominee for a constitutional or constitutionally appointed office. And that's the thing, too, to the point earlier we made, if you're with us this morning, Republicans play ball, and they're very fair in the sense of if the president's made a nomination, they'll hear the person out. And in some situations, even when not qualified, they have voted in the affirmative to give the person a chance to lead because the president believes in the individual. It is that design in the Constitution. And you have a situation of these last few cabinet nominees really going through the ringer, but also not being able to answer the question. And on many occasions, they're brilliant people, and many of them successful attorneys in their own right, so they know how to answer these line of questions. But at the same time, there was a moment with RFK's hearing. You know, can I answer the question? I'll answer you, Senator. Just let me speak, for goodness sakes.
I like how he called him Bernie the other day. It wasn't even the senator. You know, it was listen here, Bernie. You know, he's just the back and forth there.
Right, and he's like, look at the corporate monies that you have received, and oh no, let's not go there. You know, it was one of those situations, and I think finally he came to. Just saying, I'm going to say your first name, you're saying my first name, I'm going to say your first name as well. So the fact that they have to sit there and take that, and they're willing to do this for the American people, positions they don't need for a resume builder. They're going to serve the American people, and that's their focus right now. And because of situations like the other day with this incident of the collision between the commercial plane and the military Black Hawk helicopter, we need to install this cabinet as soon as possible to address any national security issue, whether it be domestic or foreign policy as well.
Again, draining the swamp, we still want that to happen. We want the wall to be built. It's all happening before our eyes. We're only 11 days into a 4-year administration with President Trump. So looking forward to seeing great outcomes here in this country and for us, the people of this nation. Let's switch gears now. Let's talk about Colonial Metals Group. How about it?
It's an outstanding organization. This gold guide here, very nice to get your hands on one of these, and you can do that by scanning that QR code there, Shield Your Savings Now, and this is an RSBN exclusive because whether it's properties, assets, whatever it might be for you, you have to hedge your bet against inflation with gold, silver, and precious metals. And you can diversify your 401k or IRA into a program like this. Of course, this is no obligation. Just look over the guide to see if it's a good fit for you and your family. And I can tell you right now it is. So scan that QR code, Shield Your Savings, Colonial Metals Group.
freegoldguide.com/RSBN for more information on that great sponsor. It is 2:03. You're watching RSBN Live. That's Robert McNeely. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We love you, America. That's why we're doing what we're doing. Obviously, it's a paycheck, too. That's not a bad thing to have, but our heart and our mind are with you, the people of this nation, as we cover President Trump and cover the White House, cover the Pentagon. We saw the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, just the other day there speaking about that tragedy on Wednesday night. And of course, when there's breaking news coverage here at the network, you can rely on us, you can trust us, because we've been here for several years. 2015, Right Side Broadcasting Network obviously started and has been covering the president and also we the people for so many years. Mm-hmm. So let's go and go over some of the news items that we learned from the White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt today. Number one, we know that 25% tariffs are going against Mexico and Canada starting tomorrow, and 10% against China. That due to the fentanyl crisis, to the crime, to the death that has been caused of that coming into our country.
And we know that tariffs work. President Trump has been glowing about speaking how he will implement these if and when necessary, and hearkening back to the great President William McKinley, who we now are renaming Denali to Mount McKinley once again in Alaska, and rightfully so, because he was a great president who believed in exploration but also believed in tariffs, and it helped make America a rich nation. And back then we didn't have to go to citizens and residents for the progressive income tax. That came later, and that's something that you might see repealed in the next 4 years under this great president. So we know he used them in that first term, and he will use them once again, unafraid to bring America's adversaries and, in some cases, partners and allies to the table, so the middle class is not taken advantage of.
100%. And moving on to the other news item of the day from the White House press secretary, 8 additional hostages, 3 Israeli, 5 Thai nationals are released. This is thanks to President Trump for the peace deal between Israel and Hamas, at least when it comes to right now, hostages being released. And the prior administration tries to take credit. President Trump's the one that said in various speeches there would be, quote, all hell to pay if they don't release the hostages. They heard that loud and clear. They're releasing hostages. President Trump is not kidding around. That's the guy that we, the people, voted for.
It's been, again, an injection of masculinity into 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, truly a commander-in-chief. And we saw that as he signed the bill in the East Room, really being a comforter-in-chief as well to the Riley family. The Laken Riley Act passed and signed into law. And he had said during that press conference, you think you're the hunter, referring to these now foreign terrorist nationals. He said, no, I'm the hunter. So it was a clear message to anyone who would perpetrate any offense against American citizens, and we know this, if you would hurt an American citizen domestically or abroad, even the hair on their head, there is hell to pay. We truly have a great new leader at the White House.
And it's always been peace through strength. President Trump's wanting the wars to stop, wanting peace throughout the country, throughout the world. He's doing the best he can with the team that he is bringing on board. And, we the people, of course, in support of that kind of thing happening. Mm-hmm. Instead of more wars or instead of our money going to fund wars, none of that junk. We don't want it. We didn't vote for it. We voted for great things for our country, not negative, terrible things. The White House press secretary, of course, Karoline Leavitt, confirms that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be in Washington at that White House on February 4th, Tuesday. Mm-hmm. She called it a working meeting there at the White House. So great to see more world leaders, starting to show up right there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Right, and if his lovely wife Sharon might be joining as well, we know she has a great relationship with our First Lady, Melania Trump, as well. And that matters in diplomacy. It matters if you get along with the other person. And President Trump has made this a stalwart of not only his campaign, but his time in office. You see that even with Little Rocket Man, Kim Jong-un. And I thought that was really neat when I was at the Commander-in-Chief ball. That truly a once-in-a-lifetime ball to enjoy when President Trump actually said to Central Command in South Korea, how's Kim Jong-un doing? And that was really quite a chuckle from our military members, and I had a chuckle myself with fellow media colleagues right on the panel, because again, he brings that entertainment and that humor to it, but that can become so serious. And what did that lead to? Peace in the region. And our partners, especially Korea, really appreciated the fact that a maniac dictator would seem to step back because of President Trump's willingness to talk and dialogue. And the first president to cross that 38th parallel with Kim Jong-un saying, welcome, my friend, with the translators. We can have that again. And it's happened in a short 11 days here in America. So again, a golden era morning again in America.
To your point, that DMZ, that demilitarized zone there, that video to just watch, if you want to check it out on Rumble or wherever you get your videos, and just watch it again. I mean, what an awesome moment. Mm-hmm. Right there on the border of South Korea and North Korea, and President Trump stood and walked across into North Korea. That's just a powerful moment in time for our country. At 3 o'clock in about 51 minutes, there will be Oval Office executive orders being signed by President Trump. Now, one thing I could say is specifically, will it be a live feed to that? We will see. But we know that yesterday, soon after he signed a number of executive orders, there were tapes rolling there. So we did get video access soon after. So at 3 o'clock, either live or right away recorded, we'll have that for you right here on the network. Also live at 5 o'clock Eastern, Joint Base Andrews, where Air Force One will be. President Trump will be boarding that plane and taking off to Florida, of course, Mar-a-Lago tonight. So we have all of that coverage here. It is 2:10 in the afternoon, Friday, January 31st. Hello to you. I'm Matthew Alvarez with Robert McNeely. And, you know, we'll see what more executive orders are signed today. Remember, it's north of 200 going to be signed.
Right.
So we're not at that number yet, but I think we're approaching 100 at this point.
Right, and you saw, too, with memorandums, with the terrible crash that took place over the Potomac just on Wednesday evening, reeling from all of that and getting more and more details as we go on with a investigation in front of us here led by NTSB, but President Trump signing those presidential memorandums just saying, look, the DEI, the woke, it's out of here. And if you watch Senator Ted Budd from a few years ago questioning Mr. Washington, who was the former FAA chief under President Biden, how ridiculous and even how he could not answer several questions on simply being in the aviation industry or even something a pilot would know. And of course he said, I've never been a pilot.
Right.
So why was he appointed?
Yeah, it was this video is a must watch from Senator Budd out of North Carolina. Actually, after watching the video yesterday, to your point, emailed the press office over there and love to have Senator Budd on the show here or on the broadcast. You know, we might call it a show. It's not really a show. It's basically, this is what's happening live and here it is, you know. So, but to have him on the broadcast would be great to hear what he has to say. And again, to your point, there were 7 or 8 questions in a row that were basics when it comes to aviation being asked by Senator Budd to the incoming Biden pick, FAA director, and he didn't have any of the answers to it. It's a video that is a must-see. Speaking of that, Director, can we go to Kash Patel's Senate confirmation hearing from just the other day, where he basically had a mic drop when it came to some of what he was hearing from the left-wing leaders there. So once that's ready, we could go to Kash Patel, and also we can review some of the other Senate confirmation hearings. As we are live right here on RSBN Live, let's go to Kash Patel's Senate hearing from just yesterday. Soundbite about a minute long.
I'm afraid that the history of this nominee's conduct raises those warnings. And I yield my 1 second back.
Before Senator Cornyn, you said you'd like to explain something. I forget the point he made. You can do that now if you want to.
Simply this, Senator. In the collective, all of those statements are taken out of grotesque context. And anyone that thinks my 16 years of service isn't exemplary on how I would proceed if confirmed as FBI is intentionally putting false information into the public ether and creating more public discourse. The only thing that will matter if I'm confirmed as a director of the FBI is a de-weaponized, depoliticized system of law enforcement completely devoted to rigorous obedience of the Constitution and a singular standard of justice.
So, you know, many times yesterday, the New Jersey Senator Cory Booker and Adam Schiff out of California, just very false narrative. That's all it was. They were just asking him questions and tell me the answer. Like they were being like that. It's political theater and drama because they've got nothing else. When you come against common sense and truth, you really have nothing except for lies.
Well, and I appreciate so much that Kash had the opportunity to explain what exactly took place on J6 in regards to the National Guard troops that President Trump authorized 48 hours prior. So this is January 4th. He's in the Oval Office with President Trump. He signed he saw him sign the authorization that needed to go to Mayor Bowser and then Speaker Pelosi for their signatures. Both refused. That's why there were not extra National Guard troops on the ground during J6. Kash Patel, we've interviewed him on that when it was at the Las Vegas rally last fall. You saw that right here on Right Side Broadcasting. And of course, he got to address that on 2 occasions yesterday. And I appreciate so much Mr. Patel's adherence to the Constitution. That is the goal. That is the mission. It's not this hearsay from Democrats on Capitol Hill.
And looking forward to Pam Bondi being the top person, the United States Attorney General of the DOJ. We'll see when that happens as well. Looking forward to seeing Kash, Pam, and others, Tulsi Gabbard, all of them being sworn in, as we've seen many people sworn in to their cabinet positions. Let's go to another one we want to see sworn in quickly for making America healthy again, the great RFK Jr. Here's a little clip from the recent Senate confirmation hearing.
And Democrats and Republicans, there's no issue that should unite us more than this chronic health epidemic. There's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. These are our kids. 66% of them are damaged. I know what a healthy kid looks like because I had so many of them in my family. I didn't know anybody with a food allergy growing up, peanut allergy. Why do 5 of my kids have allergies? Why are we seeing these explosions in diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, neurological diseases, depression, all of these things that are related to toxics in the environment? Why can't we just agree with each other to put differences about so many issues, intractable issues aside, and say, we're going to end this? I don't think anybody is going to be able to do this like I have, because of my peculiar experience, because I've litigated against these agencies. When you litigate against them, you get a PhD in corporate capture and how to unravel it. I've written 6 books about these agencies. I know a lot about them and I know how to fix it. And there's nobody who will fix it the way that I do, because I'm not scared of vested interests. I don't care. I'm not here because I want a position or a job. I have a very good life and a happy family. This is something I don't need. I want to do this.
Again, that focus on we're not Republican or Democrat. We are we the people, especially with our children. It's about ending chronic illness. 60% of Americans have some form of chronic illness, and we have to answer these questions as to why autism has skyrocketed, why childhood diabetes, and why are you having these dyes and these poisons, these chemicals that the FDA has approved over the years. Thank God that the red dye 3 is now banned, and it's a 2-year window to fully get rid of it. And I'm just someone who, I try to stay away from the DayQuils, the NyQuils, but sometimes you need that just to get to work and to keep on trekking it through those winter months. And if you're all stuffed up and then all of a sudden you read that label, and what's this dye, this chemical that's in my medicine? Mind you, these things are banned in other countries, especially Europe. I mean, Europe will not take our cattle, they won't take our poultry because our soil content. And we actually know, too, that some of our ranchers and farmers have gotten sick because of what's applied to the vegetable and the livestock population here in the United States.
You know what, it makes me think, Robert, that this should be a national emergency as well.
Right. Oh, no question about it. It's part of our national security apparatus to keep Americans safe and healthy. So when you look at the southern border, when you look at what's in our food and in our water and clean air, for example, why would you not select someone like Bobby Kennedy, who has really dedicated his career to fighting corporate interests and fighting for the middle class? This was once a principle of the Democrat Party, especially when his uncle and his father were so awesome in advocating for these things back in the 60s.
Exactly. Getting the toxins out of our food, that's what RFK Jr. wants to do as the Secretary of the Human and Health Services Department there. So we'll see if he gets sworn in soon. Hopefully that gets passed and happens as we follow all of those breaking developments here at the network. Also, Tax Network USA, speaking of network, a great one right there, 800-357-1415. Robert, a great group right there.
Yes, tnusa.com/RSBN. Don't settle those back taxes quite yet. And with April 15th around the corner, trust the great patriots over at Tax Network USA to help protect you from the overarching overreach of the federal government. Of course, we know that the IRS might be a bygone in the future with the announcements of the External Revenue Service that at least being talked about and tossed out there to the American public from the Trump administration. But in the meantime, have to deal with what's just around the corner here. So give them a call over at 800-357-1415 or visit tnusa.com/RSBN.
And as you see there, settle your back taxes today by working with this great patriotic group. And of course, an External Revenue Service when it comes to the foreign countries out there, and President Trump with tariffs and that kind of thing. We'll see what that's all about soon. Also, the IRS with those 80,000 agents. President Trump joking the other day in Nevada saying those agents are going to go down to the border.
Right.
Speaking of the southern border, let's take some a view there at the border where you see on the left side of your screen, this is footage from the Department of Defense, their comms team at Northcom. We reached out to them recently, and they've sent us a video from just a few days ago of our service members, whether it's the Marines, whether it's Army, down there shoring up the border, because we know that the number one core promise that President Trump shared for the American people was to seal the border and stop the migrant invasion.
Absolutely. It was number 1 and 2 on those promises made, promises kept, those 20 election items that really became the policy of the Republican Party back in July at the convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And in some way, shape, or form in the last 11 days, he has authorized defending those principles across the board. And really, for me, I think that that's the second wave of that contract with America that Speaker Gingrich put out in 1994, 30 years in the making, truly, of fixing and solving the problems for an America that's been harmed by things like NAFTA and globalist policies of Bill Clinton and George Bush, Barack Obama, and of course, Joseph R. Biden Jr., all the antithesis of what President Trump has come in to do to reform American government from the federal level.
Exactly, and Reform UK, we've talked about it before here in the network. You know, Nigel Farage in the UK, they want to reform it there to make it much better. They want to make Britain great again. Nigel said it at a speech in London, so or in various parts of England. So they're following suit of really what the policies are that are winning policies. And so that southern border, to see our troops there because it's a national emergency. Also, number 7 on that 20 promises list is to defend our Constitution. So there are so many great pillars of strength in those 20 core promises. So we're looking forward to seeing more of them signed by the president with executive orders, which we will see at around 3 o'clock Eastern time here on RSBN Live. And of course, a number of great sponsors here at the network as well, including Brightcore. So mybrightcore.com. Kimchi One, a great product. You said you already have some of the product here. Did you start taking it yet?
I started taking it, and I can feel that gut health, literally. It really gives some mental clarity, and you know, we do a lot here with media, and it's always interesting to see breaking news and everything that's swirling around the American ethos. We're here to talk about that. So I have to keep my mind clear, have to keep my health top notch, in addition to just trying to eat well and moving, working out. This is a great supplement as well from Brightcore, made in the USA. Kimchi One, buy 2, get 1 free. Visit mybrightcore.com/RSBN. Give them a call there as well, 888-722-0936. And this is the game changer in the MAHA movement, really taking care of what you have control over, as we see President Trump and people like Bobby Kennedy getting hard at work, rolling up their sleeves to make America healthy again.
And that's something that we want to do here at the network as well. All of us, we want to eat better. We want to work out more. You're doing pretty good working out. I haven't worked out in last time I worked out was with you, actually.
Oh, over at, okay, well, we won't tell you where we go here in Auburn, but it's great to see so much activity and getting out there, because it's huge for your social life. And think about COVID. What did they shut down? It was the churches, it was gyms, it was things that help our mental and our spiritual assets, so important to being human beings, part of our core functions. So, you know, get out there and do that, but also you need these things that will help support that gut health as well. That's where it all begins.
Great company right there. You buy 2, get 1 free. mybrightcore.com/RSBN. And Robert, isn't it great that we could talk about various topics because we have freedom of speech and freedom of the press, including the fact that we're able to talk about our faith at this network. We're able to talk about the common sense leadership that we see with the president. There's so many topics that we can cover here, and we don't have a corporate woke company that is trying to tell us because we're bought and paid for or something. Well, we're not. So it's great to have that freedom.
No question about that. And if you did miss earlier the coverage of Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt's second press conference and second this week as well, in addition, of course, to President Trump addressing the James Brady briefing room this week, we actually have that up and ready to go in its entirety before President Trump signs these executive orders. So we'll toss to that so you can catch all of the action right now.
Happy Friday. It's great to be back with you. I want to provide an update on President Trump's actions in the wake of the catastrophic air collision that tragically claimed the lives of 67 people at Reagan National Airport on Wednesday night. Everyone in this White House continues to mourn the victims and keep their friends and families in our thoughts and prayers during this unimaginable time. First, within moments of the collision, the president and his newly appointed team were in immediate communication. The president was briefed on Wednesday evening following the crash, again on Thursday morning, and he has continued to receive updates as recovery efforts continue on the ground. The president, as you know, took time to address the nation yesterday afternoon. To deliver accountability, President Trump swiftly signed a memorandum directing an immediate assessment of the Federal Aviation Administration to ensure the federal government is maintaining the highest personnel and policy aviation safety standards. The memorandum directs the Secretary of Transportation and the FAA Administrator to immediately review all hiring decisions and changes to safety protocols made during the prior 4 years, and to take all necessary corrective actions to achieve uncompromised aviation safety. The review will include a comprehensive assessment and reversal of any deterioration in hiring standards and aviation safety standards and protocols during the previous administration. Aviation safety was addressed by President Trump before this tragic collision even took place. On his second day in office, the president signed a memorandum to immediately stop Biden DEI hiring programs and return to non-discriminatory, merit-based hiring. And in 2018, during President Trump's first term, the Department of Transportation announced it would put an end, at that time, to use the biological questionnaire that was introduced by the Obama administration, which punished skilled applicants. President Trump has long led on the issue of aviation safety, and he will continue to do so. He will continue to deliver on the promises he made to the American people at record speed. The Senate has already confirmed 8 of President Trump's exceptional cabinet nominees, including most recently Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, as you of course know, EPA Secretary Lee Zeldin, and Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, who is scheduled to be sworn in later today. We expect the Senate to continue quickly confirming the remainder of President Trump's well-qualified nominees in the days ahead. Earlier this week in the East Room, the president proudly signed the Laken Riley Act into law, surrounded by Laken's loving parents and sister. This common-sense bipartisan law mandates the federal detention of illegal aliens who are accused of theft, burglary, assaulting a law enforcement officer, and any crime that causes death or serious bodily injury, like the animal who murdered Laken Riley in cold blood. This was the first piece of legislation President Trump proudly signed as the 47th President of the United States, and it will guarantee that Laken did not die in vain. As Laken's mother, Allison, tearfully said during the signing event, President Trump said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Laken, and he hasn't. He's a man of his word, and we trust that he will fight for the American people. Those are the words of Laken's mother, and we will never forget them. So to help lock up even more criminal illegal aliens, President Trump signed a memorandum this week to detain them at Guantanamo Bay. This action will expand the Migrant Operations Center at Naval Station Guantanamo Bay to full capacity to provide critical extra detention space for high-priority criminal illegals. Our brave ICE agents continue to arrest more and more of these types of individuals every day in communities across our country. And I have more updates for you. On January 27, 2025, ICE Chicago arrested a citizen of Guatemala who has been convicted of solicitation to meet a child, disturbing, and sentenced to 24 months probation. On January 28, 2025, ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of South Korea who has been convicted of 9 counts of possession or control of material depicting minors in sexually explicit conduct. On January 28th, ICE New York arrested a Mexican national previously charged by the state of New York for attempted murder and possession of a weapon and assault. And on January 28th, ICE Philly arrested a citizen of Mexico who has been convicted of possession of child pornography. Our message is simple. If you are a criminal illegal alien, you will be arrested and deported. On another important matter, the nation's report card was released this week, and the news is not good. It showed that U.S. students had record low reading comprehension scores last year. It's National School Choice Week, and in part of the president's commitment to education, he just left a roundtable in the Roosevelt Room focused on this issue with leaders from across the country. The national report card showed that 70% of 8th graders were below proficient in reading, and 40% of 4th graders did not even meet the basic reading levels. This is completely unacceptable to the president, and he continues to take aggressive actions to address this education problem in our country. He signed an executive order this week prohibiting federal funding of the indoctrination of our children, including radical gender ideology and critical race theory in the classroom. The president believes American education should focus on cultivating patriotic citizens who are ready for the workforce. And this action will help get schools back on track and defend fundamental parental rights in education. The president also signed a school choice executive order expanding educational freedom and opportunity for families. And in lighter news, but in exciting news, after announcing our briefing room changes on Wednesday, this White House has received more than 10,000 submissions from individuals across the country who are eager to join all of you. We might have to make this room a little bit bigger to do that, who want to participate in our new media seat at a future briefing. So in this seat today, we have the Ruthless podcast. They humbly started by entertaining small audiences on Capitol Hill, but after 4 years, this program has become one of the most influential podcasts in America. They previously reached #1 on the charts and earned over 25 million downloads as they deliver political news with a humorous touch. The hosts are Josh Holmes, Michael Duncan, Comfortably Smug, and the man joining us today, John Ashbrook. So with that, I will take your questions. John, please kick us off.
Thank you very much.
All right, so obviously an awesome moment there as
Do that.
White House press secretary talking about the new media in the White House. So it's pretty awesome to see that. So we look forward to seeing that happen with conservative media and other members of the press, because that's what President Trump stands for. He stands for the First Amendment. He stands for the whole Constitution, but part of that is freedom of the press. So it's pretty cool.
And John Ashbrook, the inaugural holder of that seat from the Ruthless podcast, a popular one to follow as well. And this is what's brought so many new people to the political process, especially those 18 and 29-year-olds. Of course, we know Barron Trump encouraged his father to get on those podcasts, and that made a huge difference in the race for the White House, whether it was Theo Vaughn or The Undertaker's podcast, or, of course, Joe Rogan. That was one of the best conversations President Trump had on the campaign trail.
It's been quite awesome to hear from President Trump and various podcasts, to your point, and also how about all those great speeches over the years, especially on the campaign trail? You saw many of those speeches right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And for those of you that are watching for the first time on RSBN, because we did receive a couple messages, I've seen a few messages that people, would either stumble upon us, whether it's inauguration coverage or election coverage or even right now. Hello to you. My name is Matthew Alvarez. That's Robert McNeely. You'll also be meeting RSBN's Christina Loren. RSBN's Megan Kohler have been on the air here recently as well. And we look forward to covering Common Sense live events here at the network. a lot of times when there's other networks out there, especially in mainstream media, they stick to only a very specific script and they have a certain agenda. Well, we're more in the sense of seeing what's happening live and then bringing it to you live. So, case in point, the president at the Oval Office several times now has had these open press availabilities where we toss to it and then he will talk for a while. We'll let it breathe. We'll stop talking. You won't have to listen to us. You would listen to the president, right? So we just are glad to bring that coverage. Also, America First News throughout the country that happens. So definitely good times here at the network as we move forward.
It really is an exciting time, Matthew. And you know us here at Right Side for being your election integrity headquarters. And last year, really getting to speak to so many of you patriots out at the wonderful rallies that President Trump put on during his campaign, really a campaign that was unlike any other, the greatest political comeback in American history. And now as we really transition into a live desk with additional coverage that's yet to be announced, you will get to see really everything President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, the 119th Congress, and to see that Beltway and how it affects your life and how you can affect everything in your own country and the culture in and of itself. So that's why reach out to us. We'd love to hear from you, especially regarding different stories you'd like us to cover and perhaps even bills, in your neck of the woods that might be good or bad for the country moving forward.
And speaking of a very, very good bill that was just signed into law by President Trump this week, I believe the soundbite we're about to play is from his speech from the East Room of the White House.
The Laken Riley Act will become the very first bill that I proudly sign into law as the 47th President of the United States.
I want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Laken. And he hasn't. He's a man of his word. We trust that he will fight for the American people. There's no amount of change that will ever bring back our precious Laken. Our hope moving forward is that her life saves lives.
Laken was a brilliant and beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia. To her parents and family, she was everything in the world. Laken was attacked, beaten, brutalized, and murdered by an illegal alien gang member who was set loose into our country by the last administration. We will keep Laken's memory alive with today's action. Her name will also live forever in the laws of our country. Under the law I'm signing today, the Department of Homeland Security will be required to detain all illegal aliens who have been arrested. In addition, for the first time ever in this act, gives state governments the ability to sue the federal government if any future administration ever again refuses to enforce the immigration laws of the United States. This is something that has brought Democrats and Republicans together. That's not easy to do. Laken did it. Laken did it. This horrific atrocity should never have been allowed to happen. And as president, I'm fighting every single day to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again.
And that posted by President Trump's team or President Trump himself on X, on Truth Social. And it is now being seen by countless millions of Americans as we're looking at that live picture of a very cloudy day at the U.S. Capitol in Washington.
Yes, truly the comforter-in-chief, the people's president, and a man who deeply believes in the 10th Amendment and states' rights. How often have we seen now this president in his first term and now his second term give power back to the states and in turn to the American people with signing the Laken Riley Act into law. Of course, Congressman Mike Collins of Georgia pushing this through the House beginning in March of last year, and Senate Bill 5, which then became in its entirety the Laken Riley Act. Katie Britt of Alabama working to bring it to a bipartisan consensus in the Senate in order to get this done and ultimately signed into law by President Trump.
Can you believe it was just 11 days ago inside that rotunda there, President Trump was sworn in, a great speech by the president. We have the entire speech here as well. We're going to go over some of it. But as we wait for the president in the Oval Office at around 3 o'clock, we'll see him signing some executive orders. If that's a live feed, obviously we'll go to it right away live. We'll get a copy of it right away if it's just a few minutes after to show you that here at the network. And then on top of that, at 5 o'clock, Air Force One, President Trump will be boarding at Joint Base Andrews. We'll see that beautiful liftoff from that great plane there. Robert, can you believe it? 1985 was the time before this past 11 days with Ronald Reagan being sworn in. And then, of course, 2025, 40 years later, history made in that building.
And seemingly so much connects 40 years later, to your point, Matthew, the Gipper and President Trump. So Reagan and Trump together really embodying what it is to serve their fellow man, and similar stories in the sense of responding to a willingness to serve. They looked at a community and to a world that was in dire need, and a country that needed saving against inflation, against recessionary times, against really governments before them, prior to them, that were not putting America first, that kept us in dangerous times on an international scale, and using their business prowess and elements from their career to bring common sense to the city of Washington. So much in common, these two great presidents.
Exactly, and looks like we're getting a new statement here from Lee Zeldin. Under President Trump, the EPA will respect the rule of law, advance cooperation, cooperative federalism, and never waste your hard-earned tax dollars. Let's get to work. So that video may be coming to us right now here at the network. We do see that from our great COO as well. So we're looking forward to airing various coverage here at the network. Again, RSBN Live, as we bring you all the things that are happening in Washington, but around the country as well, from that America First perspective. I mean, if it's happening and it's something that affects this nation, we will be covering it here at the network, especially as we look to see these great 4 years, hopefully into the future, past those 4 years, into greatness in our country. We're hoping for the best, praying for it, working hard for it, and we will cover it right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you'd like to follow us on Truth Social, it's at RSBN. About 1.5 million people following on Truth. More than 1 million on X. It's at RSB Network on X and at RSBN for Truth Social. My name is Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social if you'd like to follow. And Robert McNeely. It says Robert and then it says Bobby McNeely on Truth Social.
And you can't miss it there. My middle initial, B, so easy to remember. And we love Truth Social. It's a wonderful organization. I had the privilege of working with them to get that off the ground, and a startup that brought free speech back to the internet. So a wonderful group of people who wanted to ensure that our founding documents would not perish in this new global landscape in so many ways, with the internet, with the free flow and sharing of information. And goodness gracious, the last 4 years, how it was a scary time. President Trump banned from social medias, including Facebook and then Twitter. And to see just a few short years later, the advancement in the sharing of all information, and to have all those tech CEOs actually attend the inauguration, and some giving their own personal wealth in order to help assist with the inaugural proceedings.
So overall, looking to make America great again as President Trump moves forward, doing that through various ways, of course, the 20 core promises. Now, that video I was just referring to with Lee Zeldin with the EPA, we have that now. Let's go to it right now.
Hi, this is Lee Zeldin, the 17th Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency. The opportunity before us is so exciting to achieve historic victories that can result in the strongest 4 years in American history. I look forward to doing my part at the EPA. One of the reasons why President Trump was elected was to help restore our economy. We must connect the greatness of American innovation with the greatness of American conservation and environmental stewardship. We will and we must ensure our nation is energy dominant, whether bringing back American auto jobs or turning the U.S. into the AI capital of the world. We have big goals and big dreams that we must achieve for the American people. The EPA, under my leadership, will respect the rule of law, advance cooperative federalism, and be good stewards of our tax dollars. At the same time, Many of us take great pride in the beauty of our environment. I grew up on the east end of Long Island, an area almost completely surrounded by water. Protecting human health and the environment is the EPA's important mission. It is a cause that is personal to me, as it is for countless Americans all across this glorious nation. I am committed to this cause. President Trump is committed to this cause. And I'm confident we will be able to look back on this moment 4 years from now and feel extraordinarily proud of our effort, our progress, and our achievements. Let's get to work.
Lee Zeldin, the EPA administrator, sworn in just a couple of days ago, and someone who will take this role very seriously. We saw his actions as a congressman. He also ran a glorious campaign in 2022 for governor of New York and came very close to defeating that communist, Kathy Hochul.
Exactly. Next up is the Colonial Metals group right there. We've got this great gold guide, freegoldguide.com/RSBN. So we know gold always has high value. It's always good to have it with the tax-sheltered IRA, 401k. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You'll get this right here in the mail. Always good to have a financial backup plan, especially President Trump actually speaking about BRICS nations just the other day, about devaluing the dollar, those BRICS nations like Brazil and Russia and others. So we definitely want to have a good footing, and you can have that with diversifying some of that savings, or if you have a cushion of extra cash, to put it into gold and silver. Obviously, we're looking forward to Maganomics, so we all can have a little extra cash, if you know what I mean.
Well, go ahead, scan that QR code, get this great free guide so you know how to hedge your bets against inflation, and never a bad idea to have gold, silver, tangible metals in your portfolio, along with properties and assets. And we know people are smart here who watch Right Side Broadcasting, but of course, even with conservative governance in place, what Biden did, and really the last few globalist presidents, to exploit the middle class here in America, it's caused the printing of money to really take place, and we've seen the national debt skyrocket. So in order to protect yourself and your family, a great thing to look into, Colonial Metals Group. A friend here at Right Side Broadcasting.
All right, it's about 2:45, 2:46 there on the East Coast. And of course, we'll be going to the White House here in just a second. And we're going to go to a press briefing here. Which one is it, Director? Okay, let's go to this press briefing about the crash.
This type of operation, and while it's in the shop, it didn't affect anything, and we hope to have it back by this summer. Yes, sir.
Mr. Lyric, I have a follow-up question about the runway closures. Grady Trimble with Fox. So you said 2 of 3 are closed because of their proximity to the crash site.
Yeah.
Can you explain why they remain closed?
Sure, absolutely. So the question is, why are 2 of the 3 runways here at National Airport closed? So if you're familiar with the runway configurations here, we have a main north-south runway, and we have 2 what we call crosswind runways. The 2 crosswind runways, if aircraft were to take off or land over the aircraft recovery site that is out there right now, those would be impactful to the operation. So we've elected to keep those runways closed.
And to follow up, how long do you expect that to remain the case? And are you saying that if there are still recovery teams in the Potomac, then there's no chance that these 2 runways are going to open? And how does that impact the operation?
Sure. So the question is asking how long we anticipate those runways to be closed. That's a dynamic situation. We've worked with the FAA. I think what we've communicated is we anticipate our expectation is a week. However, we'll reassess on Monday, and as the recovery efforts go, it's a fluid situation, obviously. Yep.
Okay, Paul, here and there.
Chief, when talking salvage, can you confirm that you're not going to be able to recover the remaining bodies until you're able to get the fuselage off the floor of the river and onto a barge? And then my follow-up to that is, are you making an effort today to get into the helicopter and recover those 2 bodies?
So the question is, do we believe we have to lift the aircraft out of the water in order to finish and find the rest of the remains? And the second part of the question was, are we focused on the helicopter today? And The answer to the first question is yes. I believe for us to recover the rest of the remains that we are going to need to get the fuselage out of the water. The second part of the question is yes, a lot of our operations, not all of them, but a lot of our operations today are focused on the helicopter. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this question's for Mr. Larry. Humba Bash, Fox 5 DC. Can you confirm sufficient staffing moving forward in the tower? I don't know if that's in your scope or if that's
It's not. So the question was regarding staffing in the air traffic control tower. That's outside my scope of responsibility.
Can you talk a little bit about the toll this has taken on your teams, and specifically how many people still remain? I know on day one there were upwards of 300 mutual aid. Who's still out there?
So, this is an incident where even if it doesn't affect you right now, it's probably going to affect you later. It'll be something that you think about. So in emergency services across the board, we have support teams. The National Capital Region, all of the departments do. So they've been activated. The International Association of Firefighters regional peer support team has been activated to help support. And the incident management team, as they rotate responders through the scene, are making sure that there are opportunities for them to get the assistance they need. I'm going to ask the Virginia State Police to talk about the peer support he's doing a little bit.
I'm First Sergeant Blank with the State Police in Virginia. We are working with our partners. MWA is leading the support for the effort for peer support, but I'm here in support of that effort, and we have several regional partners that are contributing to that, including mental health professionals who are on site from ANOVA and from from a nonprofit in the area that are providing support. The Virginia Law Enforcement Assistance Program is also planning to send support, and all of the most of the public safety agencies in the region are providing personnel to assist with that effort.
Yes, ma'am.
Marielle Carbone with DC News Now. I know that this is an unpleasant question for you, Chief, but we've been hearing reports of people that live along the river potentially seeing partial remains coming up on shore, that people are seeing these. Is that anything you're hearing, or is that why you're keeping people away from some of these shore areas?
So we're not keeping anybody away from the shoreline for any of those reasons. If we've closed off an area like Gravelly Point here, it's because we have emergency access vehicles coming in and out, and we need the access to the river. We have received some 911 calls about either debris or remains. I don't know that we've actually found any remains. We've certainly picked up debris from those 911 calls. So we're going to do 3 more and go 1, 2, and 3 in the back. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Chief. Jonathan Kersley from Channel 9 Australia. This is a question for Terry. Terry, is Vice President and Manager of this airport, what concerns have you had specifically about the congested airspace, and have you ever raised those directly with the FAA?
So again, the United States airspace is the safest in the world. Safety is one of our top priorities, and we continue to ensure that the airport is safe for operations.
To follow up on that, it wasn't safe in this instance. There have been near misses here before. You would have been made aware of those as manager of this airport. Have you raised concerns with the FAA about the congested airspace around Washington's airport?
Yeah, I can say again, we work with the FAA. We're regulated by the FAA. We comply with all FAA safety regulations.
But that doesn't answer the question.
Yes, sir.
Dave Shepard from Reuters. Can you talk about how much debris has been removed to Hangar 7? And at some point, will that operation be transitioned to a private company, the NTSB? Will hire, or will you guys actually put all the debris in the hangar?
So that's an investigation question appropriate for NTSB this afternoon.
We'll take 2 more.
Yes, sir.
Tom Resume Channel. I've had a question for Terry as well. As far as the airport took a position against adding extra long-distance flights out of here, and one of the concerns was there's just too much already going on. Do you maintain those concerns because they're supposed to start in the next few months? Are you concerned about safety as those extra flights start?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So the question was regarding the additional slots to DCA. As you know, the slots are federally controlled, federally mandated, and we have to follow federal regulations.
Are you still concerned about it? I think the airport authority was concerned at the time.
Yes. Again, we have to follow the federal regulations on the slot controls. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so
Hi, yeah, Jim Spellman, CGTN. Terry, one more question for you. You're talking about the FAA, Congress, federally mandated, et cetera. Where does the buck stop with this accident and ensuring that the next flight to take off from this runway is safe?
So again, the question is really directed to the FAA and Congress, I believe.
Yeah. One last question is right here.
You have 41 victims recovered. Are you confident in the location of the others? Where are they? Are you confident that you know where they are?
So I think we know where they are. We won't know until we're done. I mean, we're going to continue the search operation, but we've searched a large portion of this river, and we are right there. So, I didn't really. So the question, let me answer the question again, or let me restate the question, sorry. The question was, are we confident we know where the other remains are? And that it couples with the question about removing the aircraft. I believe that when we remove the aircraft, that will help us resolve this number. If it doesn't, we will continue the search. Okay.
That's the process. You take the salvage, the fuselage out. You're going to put it on just reiterate that process, what that looks like. Removing it, putting it on a barge, is that right?
So some of that isn't decided yet. We'll have to see what the salvage team is doing once they get all of their equipment here. So we may have more on that tomorrow, but so I don't know the exact process today. So thank you all for coming today. We hopefully we answered your questions. We are going to do this again tomorrow. I don't have the time yet, but we will push that out so we can provide the same type of update. Thank you.
So you were looking at a live picture from the Potomac River there as D.C. officials just wrapping up that press conference, having one each day, according to what the commander said there. As you take a look at photos from just the other night, again, so many questions as to how in the world this happened.
And then we saw, too, with videos that helicopter really was in place when the descent was happening as well. So NTSB has really a load on their hands. They're professionals. They're solid. They know what they're doing with this. But this will be in conjunction with the Department of Transportation as well as the Department of Defense, given who was involved. But 67 souls perishing literally instantly, as it seems, and just a tragic thing for the families, and our thoughts and prayers with everyone involved.
The commercial airliner and then the military helicopter. So the DoD, of course, with the military helicopter, the airline, American Airlines, of course, the CEO just yesterday speaking about this at a press conference yesterday morning, along with the mayor of Washington. And also the DOT, Sean Duffy, the new Secretary of the Department of Transportation there as well. We saw President Trump out there with the Vice President, with the Secretary of Defense, and Sean Duffy at the press conference yesterday at the White House. And it's just a real big question as to what happened because we looked at the video, Robert and I did, on the New York Post. There's actually one of the videos, but there's a bunch of other places to see it. But at the end of the day, and when I say that, I just mean social media sites, regardless if it's news or not. But the point is, still though, there's an image that shows the airplane coming in on the final approach, and then the helicopter, I thought for a while, was actually flying toward the American Airlines jet, but it was not, according to the video. The helicopter was actually standing right there and hovering in the line of the American Airlines plane that was on its way to land at the airport. How in the world, why in the world would that happen? If the pilots on the pilots on the helicopter saw that plane coming or whatever, they would have moved. Maybe there was something else that's going on that we just have no idea. Let's just put it that way. We won't speculate too much, even though it's hard not to, as to what happened there. But a terrible tragedy, and I hope it's not connected to anything outside of just maybe it's just some sort of error or that kind of thing.
Absolutely, and we know that the Trump administration is on it to find out what exactly happened, and they intend to do that rather quickly. They don't want this to drag out for years and years, and then you forget about it because of a new media cycle, as we've seen in past Republican and Democrat administrations. But this is just so sad. I mean, any loss of life, terrible. 67 souls, 3 aboard on the military Black Hawk helicopter, and 4 crew, 60 passengers on the civilian airline with American Airlines, but also U.S. Members of the U.S. national skating team. So diplomats in their own right, sharing a beautiful sport throughout winter with many nations. And of course, we have some people from around the world, including Russians as well. So President Trump stating out clearly in the James Brady press room this week that the remains, if found, will be returned to these respective governments and to their families as well.
Looking live at the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C. on this Friday, January 31st, 2025, as we get ready to go to the White House, not too far from that location, of course, to see President Trump sign more executive orders inside the Oval Office. That may be a live feed, and if it's a live feed, we'll go there as soon as it happens. If for some reason it's delayed for a recording, as in there's no live feed at all for any network, anybody, we would still get a video feed, a recorded one that we can replay to you. So a little bit of inside baseball, but that's what we're doing here at the network. We're just being transparent with you on how we're covering things. So we look forward to seeing that. And then in about 2 hours from now, we'll see the President of the United States going up those steps to Air Force One at Joint Base Andrews to take off down to Florida. So quite the first 11 days of the presidency, Robert.
Yeah, it's really nonstop for President Trump, and I hope he gets some time maybe this weekend, maybe a round of golf. He did that last week, but he's always in meeting mode. I mean, even when he was at Doral, he had met with, of course, the House GOP conference, and that was a lovely speech outlining the goals and the successes really within the first week at that point of the administration. And then he had lunch with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, a wonderful addition to the cabinet and someone who received unanimous support. So that was exciting to see that. With a peace through strength mandate given by the American people, he will probably go down as one of the finest secretaries of state we've had in recent memory, and the ability to be bilingual too and to communicate with South American allies and even adversaries, because we know the Chinese, especially with Latin America and with the Panama Canal, they have taken over those ports and their influence has been spread all over the world. We will use that Monroe Doctrine. We will use the peace through strength mantle to fight for our interests abroad, and Secretary Rubio will be one of the stalwarts in doing so.
We all need it here in this country to make us better, right? To make us great, and that will happen with this presidency as we see 11 days in. Numerous executive orders. We'll see which ones are signed today inside the Oval Office there, and it'll be great to have hopefully a nice weekend for the president, for we the people, as we enter into February tomorrow. Can you believe it? February 1st tomorrow. 13 days from good old Valentine's Day, so you got to get your loved one a gift, hopefully, and we're just glad you're here with us on RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Robert McNeely, and yeah, looking forward to going to the Oval Office here shortly. So coming up a bit later, again, Air Force One, President Trump heading to Florida. And I recently received an email, a Live Golf email, which was pretty cool because I've never been to one of those events. Have you been yet?
I have yet to be, and I'm a big golf fan myself, so we should maybe go to one of those.
We should. I mean, that would be great. Some great coverage down there. Maybe Christina Loren and Megan they could go with us and have a little bit of coverage from a Live Golf tournament, maybe on a weekend, only if it's a slow news day. That's the only way it'll work. But also, yeah, looking forward to that coverage. Also, another one over the summer. How about live from the Gulf of America?
something that would be very exciting to see down on the beautiful coastline, and it's something that should have been the Gulf of America a long time ago. I mean, I really thought about this geographically speaking. We are in the Americas. We are in North America, so why would it not be the Gulf of America? And of course, President Trump knows that in that beautiful Gulf, we could also drill down there, because liquid gold right underneath our feet and in our seaways. So it totally makes sense, and it's something that when it comes to fishing as well, to have our prowess in our waters, because under the Biden administration, going all the way up to Alaska, they were overfishing with the king crabs as well and going into our waters, and we could not respond militarily or with the use of tariffs, because the Biden administration was, of course, very weak. No longer happening under President Trump. We want to give our fishermen and those who use their hands to work as many tools as possible and the protection necessary against aggressive governments.
So we're looking forward to all of that here at the network as well. You know, seeing so many things turn around for the good, and that's what we're looking at. Romans 8:28 says, and
Amen.
All things work together for the good to those that love God and are called according to his purposes. So, hey, you know, that's most of us in this country, you know, people of faith. And obviously nothing wrong with that, and so glad that we have our freedom of religion here in this country, freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, right? And of course the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms. This is all part of our Constitution. It's the law of the land. And I saw the other day, as we will get ready to celebrate on July 4th of next year. And now I'm looking forward to July 4th of this year. I mean, every year for a birthday of this great country, but how about the 250th anniversary of this beautiful United States in 2026. Iowa, we're looking at you in the Hawkeye State, because that's where President Trump said in Agenda 47, that's where the fairgrounds, the Iowa State Fairgrounds, that'll hold this huge party for our country, of course with God and security around, but also just we the people, just a great time there for our nation.
And perhaps a programming note for that's long in the distance, but we might be there live. We'll see.
Yeah, totally. So, and then speaking of that too, other coverage, we have CPAC coming up, that great conservative group there, and awesome to have that coverage. I know you'll be there in Washington, D.C., along with a number of other hosts at the network, interviewing some great conservative rock stars, but it's always good, again, to John Strand's point, if you're just joining us earlier, he works for American Frontline Doctors. He was saying, you know, even being in the media and having that narrative spoken about is keeping that voice alive when it comes to common sense and truth. So that's why President Trump went and did so many speeches, and why he posts on social media, and why Right Side Broadcasting Network is a thing. It's because if we don't see that there's these huge crowds back in 2015, if we don't see the president's speech and they just, you know, laugh him off as somebody that's just running for president, they could have done it from that perspective, because they did in some ways. Those networks only put maybe 4 minutes of it live, and then they moved on to another story. They didn't show the crowds. RSBN, I believe, really had a nice role to play when it comes to freedom for this country and for we the people. So, pretty awesome stuff.
Well, allowing people to see the entirety of these speeches, but also the people who are on the ground experiencing it firsthand, and their thoughts, their takeaways from it, because it was rather surprising when President Trump came down the escalator. You know, he had talks of it back in 99, 2000. He initially wanted to run under the Reform Party mantle that was brought on somewhat as a pre-Tea Party movement, a right-of-center populist, libertarian conservative group that came together. You saw, of course, Jesse the Body Ventura, who was successful to become governor of Minnesota. President Trump meeting with him to see if he could run third party. Of course, Pat Buchanan joining in that race as well. Ultimately, President Trump not going in at that moment to run third party, but instead making commentary on the sidelines, as he did throughout years and years as a business person, saying, hey, this is smart, that's not smart, we can work with this in that way. Of course, spending time in both major parties at different points in his life, and also being an independent, and ultimately saying in 2015, enough is enough. It will take someone like me to take on the globalist, deep state, really their agenda that has harmed so much of the middle class. And you think back to his early interviews when he was in his mid-30s just saying, I think I would like to dedicate my life to public service, and we need people like that, but it's a mean life, it's a cruel life, and sometimes you need someone who might have the tough opinions, the right opinions, but that might be slightly unpopular. And he's remained consistent ever since those interviews with Oprah as well from the 80s. I mean, talking about how Japan was manipulating its currency. And we know back then, President Reagan, the Gipper, threw that 100% tariff on the Japanese government, and then they backed off. They were done doing that. We see China replicating that now, and again, we have another people's president in place, and that's Donald John Trump, who literally took a bullet for this country.
100%, the outsider, the people's president, and the one that loves we the people. So that's always a good thing. So also another good thing, Tax Network USA, tnusa.com/rsbn or 800-357-1415. Robert, why should I or anybody else that are dealing with anything like this, I'm saying I figuratively, thank God, taking care of all of that. But why should people do this?
Well, you had the Biden administration hire over 80,000 new agents really to target people's bank accounts and where they were donating. And I mean, talk about domestic spying. We saw that with the Catholic Church and also with people who were attending their children's school board meetings, how they were entrenched upon and hassled by the FBI and the IRS regarding their liberty of movement and where they spent their money. So that's why you have to talk to these patriots over at Tax Network USA. Don't settle on the back taxes. Make sure you're not paying too much, in fact, because sometimes this stuff gets complicated with properties, with state taxes, with the federal income tax as well. So call our friends and the patriots over at tnusa.com/RSBN, Tax Network, 800-357-1415. Learn how to protect yourself against the overreaching and the overbearing nature of the IRS.
And there you go. So settle your back taxes today. You can do that with Tax Network USA. 3:11 p.m. Eastern Time here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is RSBN Live. We are covering pretty much everything you see when it comes to President Trump at that White House, or if the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, the other day was having a press conference. We also got a video from the team there to air to you, and anything happening throughout the country when it comes to America First. Especially, next week will be quite interesting. I believe that is February 4th, when the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be at the White House to meet with President Trump for a working meeting, according to Karoline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. So we're going to be monitoring that. We'll see that and bring that coverage to you live right here on the network. Let's talk about rallies real quick just for fun, because, man, I know that you guys love them. We love them, even from the past, even just the other day when it was in Nevada. All of those years, we the people, we were able to interview people, and they were able to share their thoughts and their hearts. And we know that many of you that are watching now, most likely, have been to a rally. President Trump at the time, Trump Force One, or maybe on Air Force One during different times, would watch Right Side Broadcasting Network and see you guys, not only us, but you guys over the years. And that's pretty awesome that the leader of the free world, somebody that has already left a legacy, still one to be left after the 4 years down the road, was watching. And that shows that he actually gave I was going to say a damn,
Right.
actually gave a damn, and he did. And that's why he's doing it. And it's more than just giving that. He is, his heart, his soul, his mind is in this. He could have obviously done so many other things. So not only President Trump, but everybody that has been inspired by the president, everybody that is in the cabinet positions, we are looking forward to seeing our country go from the way it's been to the way it's going, which is a golden era, still knowing that there are people that would want to take our country down. But we're going to do the best we can. And I know Kash Patel will, Pam Bondi will, Pete Hegseth, all great people.
Well, really some extraordinary picks who did not need these roles, but rather it's their resumes that have brought them to this moment. They were born for such a time as this, and President Trump has recognized that he's dealing with a bloated federal bureaucracy that needs massive reforms. And we know that President Reagan said that the closest thing to eternal life in this world, on this side of heaven, is the fact that there are the government entities and bureaucratic, long-living things that just never, ever seem to end. But President Trump working hard to stop that in its tracks, really. And they're going to find the people who don't need to be there or who will not enact the mandate given by the American people last fall.
So we're looking forward to seeing that all happen. It is about 3:14, as you see on your screen there, getting ready to go to the White House. Let's go to mybrightcore.com until we go to the Oval Office there. You can see 888-722-0936. Robert already has this product because Robert is a good worker. I'm a good worker too, but he's the one that's buying the products already. So tell us about BrightCore. You already started taking it. To be honest, you do see you have a pep in your step today. Is this literally because of Kimchi 1?
Yeah, it's not too much coffee necessarily. It probably is, because all the health starts right in your gut. It gives you mental clarity. It prepares you for that day, whether it be work or whether it be just spending that quality time with family and friends. Buy 2, get 1 free. Visit mybrightcore.com/RSBN or call 888-722-0936. And this is really a go-to. Made in the USA, BrightCore, an amazing company producing Kimchi 1 for you, the American people. And these supplements are great, especially when you're on the move so much throughout the day. And you really even can't get the amount of kimchi and even vegetables in your system that's truly recommended per day. So having something like this in the capsule and bottle form, just ready to pluck out in the morning, is a great way to start your day.
A great probiotic right there. BrightCore. It is mybrightcore.com/RSBN. You buy 2, you get 1 free. Give it a try. And you won't be upset. I know that. Right. So, all right. So it is 3:19 here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. 3:15 actually. As you see the White House right there, we were looking at the Capitol building. Obviously a cloudy day there in the nation's capital, but sunny skies in many minds and hearts around the country and many souls as we say, you know what, we have the right guy in office. He's doing the best he can and bringing in great cabinet picks. And now it would be nice to enjoy a weekend, right? Or enjoy something that is just more on a positive mindset. I mean, we know that the gas prices are still a little bit, not where they need to be, but it's been 11 days. So we're looking forward to seeing the gas prices go down and our food supplies get cleaned up by RFK Jr. and the whole Health and Human Services that he would be the director of there. There are a lot of things that are still to be seen, because at the end of the day, when you do an executive order, there are some things that happen right away, like the national emergency on the southern border. The drug cartel is now listed as a terrorist organization. The 1,600 troops that are down at the border that are just deployed, those are happening right away. So it's the cause and the effect, right? So the cause is the executive order and the effect is whatever that reflection is of it. So things like the economy and stuff, that takes a minute because we're a huge ship and it takes a big ship a minute to turn around. But President Trump has been working so hard, 11 days. That's all he's been in office. And the country, almost we're at a shocking kind of situation, in a good way, of whoa, this is much different than it was before.
Well, it's a breakneck pace, and that's what he did in the first administration, the first go-around with this. And besides the globalist policies and the MAGA policies being the difference between the last 2 presidents, it's also the pace of it. And we truly know who's in control here, because according to Speaker Johnson, when he first met with President Biden upon becoming Speaker of the House, clearly he saw the cognitive decline. We saw that with the stuff that happened over at the DNC when they took President Biden out of the running back last summer after he received 18 million votes. Demos is Greek for of the people. The Democrat Party is, in essence, in theory, supposed to represent the people. If you go back to their founding in 1828, that was the reason why they created the party, because they saw really a centralized government taking advantage of the average middle-class person in our nation. How far they've gone in the other direction. The last 3 cycles, you've seen party leadership, mostly led out of California, and the Beltway choose and select, handpick their candidate, literally the last time, especially in Kamala Harris. And thank God that President Trump was successful in defeating someone who really did not know much about business, did not take interest in foreign policy, and was quite vain. Someone, I think, who would have put us at such a weak point in this nation that we probably could not have recovered ultimately, and it truly would have been post-constitutional governance in America. But thank God for the people's president, the constitutional president, and that's Donald Trump.
Yeah, and so back in some of the early rally days and some of the campaigning, it was about saving America, and it still is about saving America and making America great again. So this was literally what we faced, that fork in the road, and obviously made that right turn to the right side of history. As we see a live picture from the U.S. Capitol building, right now our producers are telling us that we're still awaiting the picture for the executive orders in the Oval Office. Once there's a feed to that, we will bring that to you live. It is 3:19 right now. If you're just joining us, Robert McNeely and I'm Matthew Alvarez, and we've been on the air since, what time did we start today? That was 11 a.m. Eastern, right?
11 a.m. Eastern, and right here at Right Side Broadcasting Live, we are that live desk for you to view everything in real time and its entirety, because sometimes you get just clips of different things. We want to give you access to the Senate hearings. We want to give you what's happening on the floor and in the well of the U.S. House and the United States Senate, and of course at the White House itself. So you will get access to the Beltway unlike any other place that's out there. And because we stream, you could share it. And please do like, share, subscribe on your favorite social media network. And of course, reach out to us if you have any stories you'd like us to cover in your neck of the woods. And I believe they could do that through our new feedback email.
Yeah, so feedback at RSBN.TV, feedback at RSBN.TV. Also, to your point, Robert, you know, sometimes we throw to various sound bites or clips here at the network, but these are clips that we already aired in its entirety, to your point. So the Senate confirmation hearings, as you guys have seen, in its entirety. Press conferences, whether it was President Trump just yesterday and inside the press briefing room about the American Airlines tragedy that happened on Wednesday night, or the press briefing that we just saw with Karoline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. So we'll always be bringing you these different types of live coverage and also some commentary, analysis, and interviews and America First news as we cover various things around the country moving forward. Here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. As you know, President Trump calling all of this at historic speed and strength when it comes to all of the EOs, the executive orders. And again, we're waiting on that feed for the White House, the Oval Office, on this Friday, January 31st. And then, of course, later, we'll see the president take off in Air Force One to Florida.
And I hope he gets a chance this weekend, because he stacks his schedule with meetings, as we know, and things to get done pertaining to the future of the great nation. But it'd be nice for him to play some golf, too. I think it really gives him some R&R, and we all need that in order to do our jobs at the highest level. And this gentleman, perhaps one of the finest out there in regards to not only longevity, but just the energy. I mean, he's nonstop, 24/7.
It's so true. And also some of the news today, speaking of the president, putting tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China. So 25% tariff for Mexico and Canada each, and then a 10% tariff to China, all because of crime, fentanyl, and it coming to our country. He's sick of it, and that's what he's going to do. And that really makes things happen when these tariffs happen. And also, we see our military on the southern border shoring up that border there. And for those of you that are just joining us, Director, if we have that video, it would be great to show that once again here, of our military, U.S. Marines and Army at the border, shoring up the border wall. And we're going to be seeing video, I hope, in the future, hopefully soon, of the reconstruction or the construction of the entire border wall, all the way from California, all the way through the southern United States, seeing that through Texas. So, again, 4,100, according to DOD, the Department of Defense, 4,100 military personnel are at the border as we speak. Various new videos coming out on a weekly basis. This video here, there were two videos that we have here at the network. One was from January 25th, one was from January 27th, so just days ago. Isn't that great? I mean, these are people that want to do something for our country. This is why they signed up, and now they're doing something for the safety of our nation.
And that's why recruitment numbers are going up exponentially under Secretary Hegseth and President Trump. But the Army Corps of Engineers able to actually do their job and work. Literally and figuratively speaking, those handcuffs coming off, and Border Patrol in conjunction with ICE and our military making America safe again.
Yeah, so Immigration Customs Enforcement, ICE, going around the country, being able to do their job. You know, the borders are Tom Homan, who we've interviewed here at the network. Christina Loren had a chance to catch up with him at one of the inaugural balls, and she asked, you know, okay, so this was on, I believe, Monday night, the night of the 20th. And she asked him, so tomorrow, will this just be going to Chicago? Because we heard the reports that, you know, ICE in Chicago is going to be starting there. Mm-hmm. And he said, well, actually, the ICE agents are getting unhandcuffed throughout the nation, and they will be doing their job. So it's happening. We're seeing it unfold. And this is what is cool, too, about the whole cause and effect thing. We saw President Trump say, and we heard him say, various things on the campaign trail, right, and now we're seeing it right there.
It is promises made, promises kept. And how neat was it to see the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem join ICE in the New York City raids, because that was so important against perpetrators of child pornography and abuse against minors as well. And now they are locked up. Now they await trial as well as additional deportation. So great to see servant leadership like that and willing to put themselves in harm's way to see how the operations are actually happening on the ground.
Exactly. So speaking of New York, NYPD just led an effort to take some high-profile Tren de Aragua Venezuelan gangs. 10 of them were arrested just the other day by the NYPD. So that's leading a nationwide effort against any kind of gang activity in the country, because that obviously increases law and order, and that increases safety for our nation. And I know I'm preaching to the choir. Who doesn't want that, right? So let's shift gears big time and talk about eggs. Mm-hmm. Why in the world? I mean, the egg prices are outrageous. And on top of that, I don't know about your guys' supermarkets, wherever you're watching from right now. And by the way, do you call them grocery stores or supermarkets?
I think it depends where you're going, because you know it's well, it's interesting too, because my brother works in this world, so I've learned a lot about it. So if you take a great institution like Aldi, for example, that's more of the traditional grocer versus the supermarket, where it's a massive layout. So I don't know. I mean, it's what do you think about this? You should give us feedback.
Yes.
And tell us what you think about that, and perhaps maybe what is your favorite grocer or supermarket.
Why not? So feedback at rsbn.tv. Why not? It's Friday, you know. But also, let's get back to the point though. The egg situation. Also, if you're going to email, please say if you like to call it supermarket or grocery store, and also email and say if you also are not seeing eggs at your grocery store. I love eggs.
And if you have the opportunity, I do too, but if you have the opportunity to actually have, say, a family farm, we know that's getting popular, and you
farmers markets
are literally raising your own coop, so you can have the chickens there for you as well, and where the roosters crow, wake you up in the morning. I mean, it's a great idea. Think about this. You don't need your cell phone to wake up. You have eggs to go out to, and then a rotisserie chicken maybe on Friday night.
That's very true.
Yeah. Wow, it's all the common sense of the American people.
This guy. That's Robert McNeely, everybody.
With Mr. Matthew Alvarez. A pleasure to join you, sir, especially on this Friday, TGIF, as we look to Washington, D.C., 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, awaiting President Trump to sign these executive orders, and then he'll head over from Marine One on the south lawn of the White House to Joint Base Andrews to go aboard Air Force One down to the Sunshine State of Florida.
So that will conclude exactly 11 days of his presidency, 2 weeks of nonstop coverage here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and including we're going into next week and into the future here at RSBN Live, this live desk, and covering all sorts of events, including that great meeting between the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump next Tuesday, the 4th. Many other events going on, Senate confirmation hearings, also press briefings, and any America First stories that really matter to you. So, and we don't want to only say to you, these are the stories that matter. Well, we are you as well, right? So we're still we the people over here. But also, if you do have a story idea or something you think that would be a good one to cover, feedback at rsbn.tv. It's at the bottom of the hour, 3:28 right now, awaiting the Oval Office live feed that will bring us the executive orders signed by President Trump. So we'll take that in full. We won't be doing any commentary during that, of course. We're hosting this coverage, facilitating the whole coverage here. So, and then, of course, it'll be great to see Air Force One a little bit later. I always love seeing Air Force One. I love seeing Trump Force One. I had the model plane here, the Air Force One model plane. It was here before. I think I brought it back home because I thought it would be corny to show that I've got this little plane and all that, but it would have been all right.
Well, it's a nice little token to maybe those people in your family that are big fans of these planes, because to see them in person, it's really something to witness. It is really a tool for the president to export American democracy, of course, peacefully and patriotically, but such history with this wonderful 757, and might be undergoing some reforms and a new paint job as well. We saw that at the Commander-in-Chief ball with President Trump's cake that came out, and he had the big saber with Vice President J.D. Vance, and you saw the dancing take place with that saber, and they cut the cake with all 6 branches, the insignia of our United States military attached to that, along with the beautiful new concept for a larger plane with, it has a blue underbelly that's more of a navy, the red lineage, and then white on top. So a little bit different than the baby blue or the robin egg blue that is now currently on Air Force One, but we'll see if that goes through. As President Trump is always an innovator, there's no question about that given his business background.
Exactly. A couple more comments on the aviation thing, and then we're going to shift gears to something else in a second. If you'd like to see the Oval Office photo where there is that plane that Bobby's referring to, Robert is referring to, of the new paint for the plane, shameless plug. It's at Matthew Alvarez on my Truth Social. But anyway, you scroll through and you can see on the desk there in the Oval Office that plane with the new colors on it. This is something that has been seen before. It's nothing new, but it is from this Trump 2.0 White House Oval Office. So pretty cool stuff there. And speaking of aviation, in Dayton, Ohio, those of you watching in OHIO right now, that 11 electoral votes, several million people, and of course Columbus, Cleveland, Cincinnati, and all of the towns around that area. In Dayton, Ohio is the U.S. Air Force Museum that has I still to this day cannot believe that there were these are 4 huge hangars, massive hangars with all sorts of cool jet planes, all sorts of military, and also Air Force One from past presidents. Carried 8 presidents, the one that's there now to this day. So if you ever get a chance through Dayton, Ohio, check out the U.S. Air Force Museum. Now, let's pause from that and shift over, Robert, to something very serious about what happened on Wednesday night. You know, I personally love aviation, and I know that North Carolina and Ohio played huge roles in even having aviation industry in our country. And speaking of North Carolina, the crew from the American Airlines they were based in Charlotte. It was a Charlotte-based crew. And it's been on my mind all day. And actually, I was a little upset about it this morning because I want to know, how can 67 people lose their lives like that? And we see this video of the plane coming in for a final approach to the airport, Robert. And as you saw the video with me, the helicopter's just sitting there. And then there's this crash and people die like that. I mean, this is not something that we've seen in several years. We've seen at various air shows the tragic events, you know, of a plane maybe clipping another. It's terrible. Right. But this wasn't that. This was very strange. And I really hope that we get answers soon. And I love what President Trump said to the press in front of the country the other day. He goes, you know, with investigations, they usually come out in 3 years. He's like, no. He goes, here's what I think, you know, the different options of what could have happened. Your thoughts?
You know, an instant direct hit, and you just don't think that will happen to you. And that's why Mayor Wu, it was so sad to hear her words as she was change from the experience. That's a tight-knit community where the airline took off from, that they will forever be united with the nation's capital in this tragedy. And it's 64 civilians, 4 crew members from Charlotte, North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, as you mentioned, Matthew, and of course 3 of our best and brightest military members who idled for some reason. And the NTSB has to figure this out as the lead investigator, but the Department of Transportation heavily involved with this, along with the Pentagon, given that it involved one of their own, a Black Hawk helicopter, and Secretary Hegseth stating in his video address that this was a regular annual routine mission. We know both pilots of both aircraft highly experienced, so this wasn't something where it was a first, second, or even third flight log. This is probably, in their years of service, perhaps hundreds of flights in and of itself, so career spanning aviation through the years, but regardless, tragic. And our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their family members.
100%. And also the tapes between air traffic control and the pilots. Some of you may have heard some of the chatter that goes back and forth, but I want to hear the tapes between the pilots of the American Airlines plane and the helicopter, the Black Hawk. I believe President Trump said that he heard the tapes yesterday in the press briefing. I think the public would really want to hear it. I know I do. I want to hear what was said in those final moments. The reason why is, well, partly my dad, he used to be an investigator, so I've got the investigative juices going. But also, I want to know how in the world 67 people are not here any longer. And if it had anything to do with outside of just an error, we got to figure out what happened there. That is not a joke, and I know it wasn't a huge jumbo jet, but it doesn't matter. A life is a life, and I'm just upset about it that we don't know specifically why that happened. On a clear night, President Trump kept saying, why didn't the helicopter go up or down? They had the minute there, and the chopper's just sitting there, and that plane, and that's it, you know? So if, you know, and then you think about Los Angeles, you think about the Southern California wildfires and what happened there. There were 40 arrests made for arson. What happened there? Was it just simply because of the forestry? Yes, and the wind, yes, but people were setting fires there. That according to actual officials. So, and some of them were illegal immigrants that were arrested. This is all fact, all proven, various research that we've done here. So why did these things happen? That's the question, and hopefully we'll get answers. And you know, moving on from there, it's just still tough because, Robert, to your point, and I saw a report that this is so-called Helicopter Alley over the Potomac River. And I've flown into DCA before, the Reagan Airport. We've both probably flown into Reagan, Dulles, and BWI, right?
Absolutely, all 3.
And so, you know, that's why President Trump actually, let's go to what he said yesterday about flying and safety. Director, do we have that soundbite from the president yesterday? Not sure yet if we have it, but we did play it a few times earlier where President Trump said, yes, it is safe to fly out there, and had other words to say about that. But we'll hopefully go to that soundbite in just a bit. But it's just been quite the tragic event there as we await these executive orders by the president. And also another soundbite we can go to. Director, are you able to play any of these soundbites? Okay, so we're going to get ready for the executive orders that were signed yesterday by the president have to do with the aviation industry, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Right. Specifically when it comes to a memorandum on the DEI, the woke practices, and to eliminate all those, that really highlighted the Obama and Biden administrations. And you'll catch in this Oval Office moment where President Trump said, especially in the last administration, it was so egregious and rather stupid. And that's why when some of the fake news outlets tried to quote unquote get him in the moment of the James Brady press conference, he simply said, I have common sense. That's why I want to solve these problems. That's the mandate that I was given by the American people, to solve problems. And this is another problem that has been thrown his direction.
Because many times the investigations could be just dragged on for so long. And some of the reporters were covering for that kind of MO yesterday at the White House. President Trump cutting through all of that BS and saying, no, this is some of the options that may have happened. One of the reporters asking, are you going outside the investigation? He's the commander-in-chief.
Exactly.
He can do what he wants when it comes to, within the law, and say, this is what I think might have happened, or here's a couple options. Director, is this the President Trump soundbite? Or, all right, let's go to yesterday and listen to what he had to say.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened. And the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, so yeah, President Trump with some words there. And if you missed any of that, you can watch it on Rumble or other sites here at the network. And shout out, by the way, to everybody behind the scenes at the network covering all of this with us. This is literally a team effort, all of us working together to be able to get you all of that footage there. As we await new executive orders signed by the president, we'll also go to that other clip here in just a minute with the Oval Office and the executive orders. But so much going on, Robert, as you know, with these EOs. And President Trump, like on the fly, signing some of these now.
Especially in this case, given what happened with the crash and doubling down on making sure that meritocracy happens across the federal government. And of course, Secretary Hegseth said that too when he was sworn in as the next Secretary of Defense. This will be a fighting force ready to protect the American people. It won't be a drag woke experiment of people dressing up as women, and really how insulting to women in the long run, because I really don't understand the practice of that. I think most of us don't as well, but even regardless, if someone wants to do that, it should stay out of our military, and it should also not be our children should not be exposed to it as well. It's bizarre behavior. But besides all of that, we'll send you to the Oval Office. This is from after President Trump addressing these issues regarding the FAA, and we'll toss it over there right now.
For seeing me twice today. It's going to be quite an important signing, so we thought we'd let you watch. If we could, I'd ask Will to explain the first, but really more importantly, explain the second, and we'll start signing. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Just 2 items for your signature today. The first is the formal commission appointing Chris Rochelot to be the Deputy Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration.
Right.
And since the commissioner position since the administrator position is currently vacant, he will act as the administrator since he's now been appointed deputy.
And he's a very capable guy.
Extremely experienced in aviation and highly regarded in the industry and in government.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Second, for your signature, we have a presidential memorandum titled Immediate Assessment of Aviation Safety. In light of the damage done to aviation safety by the Biden administration's DEI and woke policies, what this presidential memorandum orders is for your Secretary of Transportation and FAA Administrator, in this case acting FAA Administrator, to basically ensure that we are actively undoing all of that damage, that we are assessing how much damage was done, and that we're ensuring that people hired within the FAA, in keeping with your memorandum of January 21st, are only the most outstanding, capable people for the jobs that they're being hired into.
In other words, competence.
Yes, sir. Elevating competence over everything else instead of the DEI policies that were pursued by the Biden administration.
I think everyone understands that. And Obama.
Yes.
Both of them. Okay, but Biden much worse. Not even a contest. What they've done is just crazy in so many other ways.
And President Trump there just yesterday appointing Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year FAA veteran, highly regarded, highly respected, now as the acting FAA administrator in the meantime, because he was also up to be the deputy of that organization. But it makes sense to put in the pros because it's a high-level, high-stress job to make sure that thousands of flights throughout the country are safe ultimately, and not only leaving on time, but arriving on time. So many parameters surrounding safe FAA travel, and he's the right man for the job.
Exactly. I mean, how many millions of Americans fly to their destination, some for work, some for business, of course, same difference, but vacation or just going on a flight, you know? I mean, a lot of people, and that definitely needs to be safe skies out there. President Trump, during his speech inside the Capitol Rotunda on January 20th, said, quote, "Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, who have been treated so badly, and other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago, or more recently, Los Angeles, where we were watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense." So those kind of excerpts of the speech there, you see that he's actually has his finger on the pulse of America.
Right.
You know, this isn't just a bunch of big words that sound good. No, this is specifics. And that's great to see from the president there on January 20th with the speech.
And it's interesting because you look back to Inauguration Day and that beautiful Capitol Rotunda and the cheers and the celebration and the ornate nature about it, the prayers from faith leaders around the country, and also the beautiful music of Christopher Macchio and Carrie Underwood filling that wonderful rotunda. And of course, above them, the mural of our founding father, General George Washington, of course, our first president, really surrounded by angels, and showing that correlation between not only his faith life, but the fact that this nation was born out of a belief that God has duly appointed us with certain inalienable rights. And the people sitting down and almost mocking President Trump and scoffing at all of the brilliance and common sense he had to share in that inaugural address happened to be former commanders-in-chief and their wives, the first ladies. Very odd to watch that, but of course we know that they are part of the deep state. They are globalists, and two of them at least had to sit there and did lose to President Trump, that being Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. But you know, it's like, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Quite frankly, President Trump is fixing the mistakes and I think in many cases the intentional mandates and agreements that they made. I mean, think about NAFTA, how pathetic that was, and how that depleted the American middle class.
It's exactly what happened, and we're glad that Maganomics will be taking over and has taken over for the good of our country. All right, so we're hearing various reports that there is a delay right now from the live feed of the executive order signing at the White House. So this is what we're going to do. If you'd like to stay up to date, go to our X page and our Truth Social page, and also I'm sure we can send out a Rumble alert to you and others out there when we're coming right back on the air. So this is what we'll do. As soon as we see that there is any executive order signings, we can hop right back on here for you, live stream it to you, and we will show you that video. So that's the latest. There's no other network that has any kind of video that we don't have type thing. This is just a delay out of the feed situation there. And possibly President Trump speaking to other people, you know, heads of state, you know, things like that, of course, happen. So the executive order signing, as soon as we get something, we'll share it with you. You can keep up to date on X or on Truth Social at our RSBN pages, and also on Rumble and YouTube when we, you know how we post up and we say the date and the time things start. So go ahead and check that out. Also, on top of that, we'll be covering the Air Force One departure a little bit later today as well. So stay with us online, and we will see you again soon right here. It literally could be a minute from now. So for all of us here at Right Side, Robert McNeely, Matthew Alvarez, and everybody at this great network, we'll see you in a bit.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.